Good morning. It's 9:03 from London, and good afternoon to those like in the Middle East and Africa, and good night to those who are in Asia, extreme like in Australia, in Japan, in Indonesia, and I know we're coming down to India, Mongolia. Very warm welcome to all of you. It's a great pleasure to meet you in our 24th International Conference. And as you may have seen, the theme of this one is going to be hugely focusing on artificial intelligence and human intelligence. This has become extremely important topics. You may see this is the one I have here. We got this conference started from 1999. So every year we select a topic for next year, which is depending on the current important topic to be discussed. And this year, we're going to be discussing artificial intelligence and human intelligence, how they help, if you like, to manage the future of the knowledge economy or knowledge management. And I welcome all of you. As far as I remember, there is almost 45 countries contributing or attending this conference. We're going to start from Indonesia, we will go to Australia, and then we go to Japan, and then I think we come down to Mongolia, India, top of my head, and then we'll come down to the Middle East, Bahrain, UAE, and then we go to Africa, Nigeria, Uganda, and then we will come back. We will end up in the US because of the time difference. Very brief background about us. I wouldn't take a long time, but it's important. We give you a background about what we are doing here and why we are doing it. Now, back in 1999, a group of academics, myself included, and I remember Conrimo was here from Maryland, and I remember there was a colleague from India, from Australia, from United Arab Emirates, where else? Iran and Nigeria. There's a good bunch of academics. We came together in 1999, agreeing on one issue. At that time, there was no good connection between science, technology, and sustainable development. There isn't any good journal at that time which actually connect science, technology, and sustainable development. So we introduced the journal in 2003 and published called World Review of Science, Technology, and Sustainable Development. Then it changed to World Journal of Science, Technology, and Sustainable Development. Then colleague in the business school, they said, we have to create one for the business and management. And then we end up now having around 13 international journals. Number two, the conference idea is to get people to come together from different disciplines. And I remember a very distinguished dean of law from Malaysia came to our conference in 2016 in London. And he said in the room, this is the first time in his life as someone from law to be sitting in a room with people from medical fields, from health science. You will hear, you will see, and you will meet them tomorrow and on Wednesday. People from law, people from technical side, people from health, expert on health, and so on and so on. So this conference is really multidisciplinary. I think as far as I remember, it's one of the few where you have all this spread. So the topic is being tackled from different angles, from health, from engineering, from leadership, and so on. And then the journey continued. There is a brochure. Those in London, they will have a physical brochure to take away with them. Those online, you can click on our website, and there's a lot of brochures. We have a lot of websites, and you can see them. But the idea of discussing a topic, it could be relating to business school, to health, whatever. As you can see, the Sustainable Development Goals, they cover a wide range of topics, starting from no poverty and so on. But we will open the room for others from different fields to also contribute, not necessarily to the same topic, but we give them their share of the sessions. Face to face, we have the opportunity to put people in a thematic area, but online, we have to depend on the location. So the people going to speak in one session online, not necessarily they are relating to each other in the same topic, but we have to go by the distance because we want to allow people, even those who are going to join us at 2 o'clock, I think London time from the US, it's already 7 o'clock in the morning for them. This conference has been going from 2003. I tried to telling myself earlier while I'm getting ready for the conference, but I will quickly try to call them quickly. So we started in London, Edinburgh, Scotland. Then we went to UAE, United Arab Emirates University. Then we went to Italy, 2006. 7, we went to Australia, University of Brisbane. 8, in Brighton, University of Sussex. 9, we went to Bahrain, Ahliya University and the Prime Minister of Bahrain. And then 10, we went to San Lucia, all the way to the Caribbean. 11, we went to New Jersey in Stockton in America. 12, we went to Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. 13, where did we go? 13. 13 was the London School of Economics in London. 14, Montreal in Canada. 15, Istanbul. 16, London. So you can see 1 year out, 1 year in. 16 was London. 17, Bahrain. 18, United Nations in Geneva. 19, United Nations in London. 20, 21, you remember the COVID crisis. It was online. 22 was Queen Mary University in London. 23 was also in London because still people haven't opened up. 24, we went to Geneva with the United Nations. We are very grateful for all the generosity of the UN. 2025 was supposed to take place in Kuwait, but if you remember the war, when there was a strike on Qatar, people were very scared on traveling, so we moved it to London, Queen Mary University of London. This year was supposed to be in early April in Japan, hosted by Japan. It's supposed to be in Tokyo. But again, we had the war again, another big war. So we didn't know what to do. So next year we will be going to Japan. Dr. Chimi will join us. I think she's already here. She will talk about next year. I would like to invite you all to join us next year in Japan. Although we hope we all live in peace, there is no war, because war really affects everything. This is just the reason why we're traveling a lot, because we believe in global, we should all have a global mission to solve or to make this planet a better place for us, but the actions are locally embedded. And the example I keep giving, I'm not biased to any university, but if you want to see how university is engaged in community by your own eyes, I recommend number 1 is very far, but you go to Indonesia. You go to University of Erlangen, you will see how the university is embedded in the community and really helping the community. I have seen it. It's a long way, but you can go and see it. So you see the role of university in the community, and that's very important. All the ranking now should be really based on embedding this. So we are also very pleased. We're going to see 2 distinguished faculty from Indonesia, from Sumatra joining us. Our keynote speaker actually is from there as well. But this is why we want to go and see different places. Number 4, just quickly about this topic, AI. AI is dominant now. All governments, our government here, the outgoing now, our prime minister, when he took office 2 years ago, the first investment he made was on AI, and in 2 particular areas, education and health. He said, these are 2 areas where AI can make a massive help to the health profession to detect diseases and illnesses in advance, and it will help teachers to prepare for lectures and so on. So our government invested. We have a minister for technology. They still see the future of AI is the way forward for the United Kingdom. Many countries, including like UAE, they have a minister for AI. So AI is embedded now in public policy, in the government, and in universities. All universities now teach AI. And the connection between AI, or artificial intelligence, data science, and all these things with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is evidence. In 2024, the Secretary General said in a very major speech, he said, although the progress towards achieving these United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is very slow, it's slow. This is the sad news. 17% only is the progress. So we are off track. Most of the world is off track. But he said, we are hoping artificial intelligence will help us to accelerate the progress. So AI is being seen by the United Nations as a tool to help accelerate this very slow progress. And remember, we are almost in 2027. We only got 3 years. And so far, what you will see on Wednesday, those who are in London and those away, they can watch it live. you will see the project we started on SDG Tracker. You will see how slow the progress. And so AI is critical. We're going to be tackled by people from all over the world, from different disciplines. But I'm just going to highlight one, not biased to London or to the UK or our universities here, but we have the director of the AI lab, Professor Mark Kennedy, and I'm mentioning him just as an example, not as all. He is the director of the AI lab of Imperial College, and numerous ranking, not the last one, 2 days or last week. Imperial is, I think, I don't want to, I mean, I'm not in Imperial, so I'm not biased. It's a top university in the UK, and maybe it's ranked second in Europe. So we're going to have one, and as I said, this is just one example of the key people who understand this subject very well. And I'm really glad he's coming from a social science background. I really more keen on people from the social science. They can really add more. He will be speaking on Thursday, and also we got Jennifer tomorrow and so on. But the thing is, we have the best of the knowledge in this area is going to be presented during this conference. We got people, experts from all over the world, going to be sharing their expertise, not just on AI, but on the AI front, we have fantastic people. Now, we're going to start, as I said, this year, because we wanted to allow more people from those who were originally planning to fly to Japan. We're giving them a chance. We give people the two chances, either to come to London or join online. So now, instead of 3 days, the conference is extended to 4 days to accommodate all those people. So we're starting online today. So that will give people who arrive in London a time to relax. And we give chance to those who are not, they were not able to join here. They can have the chance. Tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, we will be on the Royal Society of Medicine. We send you location. If you have any problems, please make sure you contact us. But I think you should be find it very straightforward. And then on the final day, Friday, we will again do online. And then we will meet those who are remaining in London. We will meet for lunch, and that will be the end of the conference on Friday lunchtime. And after that, we're planning for you to, hopefully the weather is being quite tough. You can see here in the UK with those who arrive. And the problem is UK is not a country used to hot weather like Africa and so on. So it is extreme. They treat it very seriously here. Now, one final words, everything is recorded on video. All the abstracts are online, and I will just show you something while the speakers today and for the next 3 days. You can, all the time, this is what we have been very good in doing, and it's very important we do that. This is the conference website here. So while the conference is running, you can always visit here. We update this regularly. This is the conference. You can see now here, we are here in the first session. All the conference here, and every abstract you can see, you click on the abstract, you can read it now. So for example, if you now want to start and reading about the abstract of the first keynote speaker, you can click now. Universities as Catalyst, you will read the abstract. You can also start to learn about Professor Amin, who is going to speak shortly. And more importantly, I want to bring your attention here. The country you can see here highlighted there. When you click on the country, I didn't mention this to the people in the group. I thought someone will notice it. I hope you have noticed it. When you click on Indonesia or Switzerland or Japan or India, these countries' voluntary national reports submitted by their countries to the United Nations official document is being analyzed by our team in the SDG tracker, which you will hear about it tomorrow. So you can actually read about Indonesia, exact status of Indonesia as we speak. This is an official report submitted by the Indonesian government to the United Nations, and this is the report of our independent analysis of Indonesia. So this is very important. So you learn about people. Again, then we will go to Professor Sayed Tufail. You can click on him, read about this one. And these people, there is a box you can click and communicate with them anytime you want. And finally, as you can see here, very few, I think we only got 1 or 2. So you should be able to follow the program completely. Anything is linkable. So I encourage you to do that. So that means the chair, they don't have to spend a lot of time introducing the speakers. Also, you can come here to the participants. And I encourage the participants, particularly those who are coming tomorrow face-to-face and on Thursday, to start browsing to know each other. You can see their pictures, everything. Okay, so this is, everything is available and my colleagues are there. Now, I think I exceeded my time. So we're going to go to our first keynote speaker before we, let me mute everyone now. Oh yeah, there's something I forget. You know, WSD work across the whole world. We have almost, I can't remember the last time we count them, but they keep growing, which are very grateful. I think we're almost going to 150 partners across the world, including universities, research centers, public governments, United Nations agencies, companies, everywhere. Recently, we welcome them. Our recent two is from Kigali, Mount University in Kigali, our new partners. We're going to start some programs with them. Also, we have partners from Morocco. We like to start in the healthcare. But for this conference in particular, we would like to acknowledge, and we are very grateful for having what is an existing partner, which is Confab 360, Professor Anuj, and you will meet them face to face. I'm really glad they are here in London. And Anuj represent two things, Confab 360 and Rushford Business School in Switzerland. But we are very grateful. They have been significant in contributing to this conference, circulating it. And we have quite a considerable number of, because of them, participants. I think from Rushford, we got like 4 or 5 papers, and then we got people from India and others from the Middle East and so on. So officially, we acknowledge them, but also more than officially, they are our partners. We work with them and we will grow our partners. During the conference, we're going to sign an MOU with Sumatra University tomorrow. I don't know, Tuesday or Wednesday. And this number of partnership is growing. If you would like to have any kind of formal or informal relationship with them, please discuss it with us in the next 2-3 days if you are here, because it's easier. So we are grateful. We're grateful for everyone makes the journey. I know how difficult the traveling now. So we're going to mute everyone. Mute all. Okay. And we will open up for our first speaker. He's a distinguished, you can click if you want. I know I promised I wouldn't talk too much, but let's first of all introduce him. Professor Muranto Amin, he's director of Universitat or University. I know this is in Indonesian language, Universitats, but University Sumatra Utara Medan. I'm very grateful. He was planning to travel physically to come here, but due to huge commitment, but we got 2 distinguished academics. I believe they're already in London, so that we will see them tomorrow and on Wednesday and Thursday. He's a distinguished academic, not just from Indonesia, worldwide. And as I said, his bio is available in the website, but more importantly, he's going to talk about very important topic, which is university as catalyst. I really like that word, catalyst. Universities as catalysts for sustainable development. That's exactly the essence of what we're doing, the essence of the SDG Universities platform we launched at the United Nations. And that, sir, Professor Amin, I can tell you, this is exactly the wording of the United Nations Director General. She said universities should not just see themselves as a learning hub. They are not just, they should see themselves as a catalyst to engage in development and sustainable development. And that quote is available on our website. The video is available. So he's talking exactly what the whole world wants universities to be. That's really important. So he's going to give us example from his university as evidence-based pathway to nutrition, food safety, and public health. It's a really very important topic, so I'm not going to speak long. I think he's the best person to. So Professor, it's a pleasure to see you. Let me first of all make you a co-host so you can share. So you are a co-host and you can unmute yourself and start sharing your screen. And we look forward to listening to you, Professor.
Thank you. Are you clear my sound, please?
We can see you, yes. Just share your screen and go ahead. I think yes.
Okay, thank you. So, yes,
If you'd like to start sharing, and then
yes. Okay, this is my presentation.
yes,
Is it clear
it is
you
clear.
to?
It's a PDF. Do you have the PowerPoint or you prefer the PDF?
Yeah.
I think the PowerPoint will
Okay.
be better for the final edited video. Yes, perfect. If you go, yes,
Okay.
if you go up, yeah, excellent. So
Okay.
the floor is yours. Go ahead, Professor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. And this is in Indonesia. I'm from Indonesia in University of North Sumatra, Universitas Sumatera Utara. So, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. It is an honor to present Universitas Sumatera Utara's contributing to sustainable development through the theme Universities as Catalyst for Sustainable Development. These presentations focuses on USU's evidence-based pathway to nutrition, safety, and public health. The main argument is that universities should not only produce knowledge, but also transform research and practical models that can be adopted by communities, governments, and development partners. In these presentations, USU positions in North Sumatra as a living laboratory to for addressing SDG 2 and SDG 3 through local evidence, community-based solutions, and measurable impact. This presentation is organized into 9 main parts. I will begin with a brief profile of Universitas Sumatera Utara, including its institutional history, academic scale, and current positioning. After that, I will discuss food security in North Sumatra and why food availability alone is not enough. This presentation will then explains the role of universities as catalysts, the strategic fit between SDG 2 and SDGs 3, and the missing link between evidence and community actions. This final part will present USU's proposed solutions, the evidence foundation behind them, and potential collaboration opportunities with WASD. Before Before entering the main topic, allow me to briefly introduce Universitas Sumatera Utara. USU has a long institutional history that began with the aspirations to establish a higher education institution outside Java. The university's development started in the early 1950s, followed by the establishment of the Faculty of Medicines in 1952 and other faculties in the following years. In 1957, USU became Indonesia's seventh state university and one of the biggest university outside the Java Islands, marking an important milestone for higher education development in Sumatra Islands. Over time, USU continue to grow the established faculties in law, agriculture, engineering, economics, dentistry, social and political sciences, public health, pharmacy, psychology, nursing, forestry, and vocational educations. The historical development shows that USU was built as a regional university with national responsibility, but we have to global impact. Today, that responsibility continues through USU's contributions to sustainable development, research impact, and community transformations. USU will be delivery. Sorry. It is my presentation of the for the USU is located in Medan, not Sumatra Islands, Indonesia, and was established June 4, 1942, as the first university campus outside Java, Indonesia. USU has a strategic role in strengthening higher education, research, and development in Western Indonesia. Today, USU serves more than 38,000 students across diploma, undergraduates, postgraduates, professional, and specialist programs. University is supported to domestic and international academic staff as well as administrative and technical staff. And then also operates across several campus areas, including the main campus in Padang Bulan, campus in Kuala Bekala, and campus 3 in Angkat. The national capacity allows USU to work across disciplines to across regions. For the topics of the presentations, it's important because food security, nutrition, food safety, and public health resource to multidisciplinary collaborations. USU has the economic scale, geographic relevance, and community connection to act catalyst for SDGs based solutions. And then we look this presentation of Sumatra's strong food potential. As you see, the food security is now a development challenge, including significant paddy fields areas and agricultural productions. However, food security is not only about how much food is produced. Resilient food system also depends of stock availability, price stability, access to essential foods, farmer capacity, and protections, appropriate technology, and food diversifications. The key implication is that food security must be managed as a practical development challenges. It requires a model that communities can understand, operate, and sustain, not only a production's target set from above. So, what also does with the audience, the evidence is to frame food security as a community-based resilience agenda where research supports practical decision-making at the local level. This slide highlights an important shift in thinking. Development question is not only is food produced, but also does the food system improve nutrition, reduce waste, protect health, and reach people. Food may be available in the market, but communities can still face problems of affordability, poor diet quality, unsafe food waste, and unstable protein supply. Therefore, the solution must be a model, not merely a slogan. USU's role is to connect evidence, policy, technology, and community adaptation so that food system become healthier, safer, and more inclusive. This is our mission for the food security. And the universities are often seen as knowledge produced, but is in sustainable development, universities must go further. They become catalysts when research evidence is transformed into practical that communities, government, and partners can replicate. For USU, food security becomes the entry point to address several connected issues: availability, nutrition quality, food safety, public health, and policy impact. This is important because evidence has limited impact if it remains only in reports or academic publications. What USU does with this evidence is to design place-based evidence-driven models that can be adapted and scaled by local communities. The strongest storyline for this presentation in the intersection between food system and health system and health systems in SDGs 2 focuses on food security, improve nutrition, sustainable agriculture, and resilience local productions. In SDGs 3, it focuses on healthy lives, prevention, monitoring, and community well-being. These two goals are deeply connected. Safe food, balanced diet, and reliable local production are essential for improving public health outcomes. USU Bridge is to translate local food system evidence into replicable community models for nutrition, food safety, and public health. There is where the university's models making role becomes very important. And then evidence alone in this missing link from evidence to community actions. For evidence to create real impact, it must become simple, teachable, and measurable for local actions. The site shows the pathway: evidence, translation, action, replication, and measurements. Local data and studies must be converted into full kits, SOPs, and dashboards, policy briefs, and community practices. The ultimate uh, the ultimate goals is not only to know the problems, but to enable schools, villages, and Puskesmas. You know, Puskesmas is a center of the mass health, farmers, and local organizations to echo the evidence. Uh, this is catalyst role of USU, turning knowledge into community actions. And then the solution USU does not only present research, USU converts research into community-owned models. The models start with diagnosing food and health problems based on local evidence. Then USU design an evidence-based local model, demonstrate it through local pilots, supports replication through community actors, and measures the impact using SDGs 2 and SDGs indicators. The expected output is a North Sumatra Living Lab models that combines community food, resiliencies, sustainable production, smart supply, and surplus food redistributions. This living lab approach allows evidence to be tested, improved, and replicated in real community setting. This slide explains the evidence base behind USU's proposed solutions. There are four main evidence blocks: food security baseline, smart problem supply, sustainable productions policy, and surplus food redistributions. The food security baseline helps USU understand the local challenges of availability, price, access, and production. The smart problem supply evidence shows how AI and remote sensing can support fish, stream, and sea mapping for nutrition planning. The sustainable production evidence provides lessons from food estate implementations, especially on local suitability, water, technology, farmer capacity, and ecological agriculture. The surplus redistribution evidence show how food was food waste can be reduced through collaboration and policy communications. Each evidence block becomes a model component that can be documented to adapted and replicated by local communities. This first solution in the community food resilience models. This model helps communities monitor food availability, access, affordability, and local food alternatives. The key question is, can the community anticipate food access risk before it becomes a crisis? To answer that, communities need to monitor local food stocks, trade prices, and access, support farmers and diversity local food resources, and such as tubers, gum, bananas, breadfruit, and other local substitutes. The replicable output is a village food resilience dashboard, a monthly learning forum, and a simple community reporting template. What USU does with this evidence is to help communities move from reactive response to early anticipation and local uh, preparedness. It is what I want to say. The second solution is the sustainable production red lines readiness model. The main lesson from food estate experience that is that production programs must be locally suitable before the scales. Large-scale production can be risky when location, water, technology, farmer readiness, land tenure, and ecologically condition are not assessed. USU's readiness models begin with assessing local suitability, including soil, climate, water, commodity, fit, and access. Then the model emphasizes co-design with communities, farmer capacity building, and stronger connection to market and finance. The replicable output is a production readiness checklist that can be used before scaling local food programs. The helps ensure that food production initiatives are not only ambitious but also realistic, inclusive, and sustainable. And solution three, surplus food redistribution models. The third solution is the surplus. This model starts from the idea that is also a food security problems. When edible surplus is food is wasted, it represents a lost opportunity to support vulnerable communities. The data shown on this slide highlight the scale on the issues and the potential contribution of redistributions. The pathway includes identifying surplus food from restaurants, markets, supermarkets, events, and food businesses. Then safety must be ensured through basic food handling, sorting, storage, and timely delivery. After that, surplus food can be connected to vulnerable groups through NGOs, community groups, and digital platforms. What USU does with this as evidence is to support a collaborative model that reduces food waste while improving access to nutrition. For solution 4, smart local protein supply model, nutrition programs need data-driven sourcing of local protein, not generic menu design. Marine protein mapping can help identify the distribution and availability of fish, shrimp, and seaweed. The slides show how AI and environmental parameters can support more accurate mapping of marine protein resources. This has practical relevance for nutrition interventions, including local procurement and menu planning for community nutrition programs. It also helps protect ecosystems by uh, avoiding overfishing and strengthening sustainable aquaculture. What USU does with this evidence is to connect technology, nutrition planning, and sustainable local protein supply so that the nutrition programs become more locally grounded and more effectively. The slide summarizes USU's role as a catalyst and opens the opportunity for WASD collaborations. USU can act as an evidence provider, model designer, technical mentor, policy translator, and monitoring partner. The collaboration opportunities include joint SDG case studies, policy roundtables, community model documentation, and cross-country learning. The partnership's aim is to move from research outputs to community-owned models with measurables, SDGs to and SDG outcomes. Through WASD, USU can share North Sumatra as a living lab models while also learning from other countries and institutions. This creates a two-way partnership. USU contributes local evidence, and WASD provides a global platform for testing, improving, and scaling the models. Okay, to conclude, the main message of this presentation is that university must become catalyst for sustainable development. USU's contributions is to transform evidence into practical, community-owned models that address food security, nutrition, food safety, and public health. North Sumatra provides a strong living lab context where local challenges can be studied, translated, and turned to replicable solution. Thank you very much for your attention. We look forward to building partnership that move evidence into actions and create measurable impacts for SDGs 2 and SDGs 3. Once again, thank you and good help for you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I am being made aware. It was fantastic, fantastic talk. I've been made aware you have to rush quickly to a flight. We really appreciate your time. Can I ask everyone to join me in showing our appreciation to the director for this fantastic talk? I think that is a sign of the hand. And if you can come on camera, we can all take a group picture with the director. And also our next speaker here, Tufail, is also available. Before they leave, it would be nice to have a picture. Can you all join me? Anyone can open the camera. We just take a quick picture because I think Professor Amin has to travel quickly. So anyone can take a picture. I will take ours, you take yours from here. So quickly, we have like 30 seconds. And I will put it for you here in the chat. Now, Professor Amin, thank you very much. We will give your certificate to your distinguished two colleagues from your university. They will bring it to you physically. And also, this is we will also send this our anniversary medal, which you can't find it anywhere. So we will give it to one of the distinguished ladies. She will bring it to you. Thank you very much. We're very grateful. And have a
Thank you,
safe
thank you,
journey.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we will move straight from where have we been? We've been to Indonesia. We're going to fly, or we go quickly to our next keynote speaker. And also, as I said, we are trying our best to try to bring this into perspective, if you like. And as you can see, there are different topics we are discussing here. And I think the topic of the next speaker, let me just make sure I think I found him. Yes, he's on the Zoom here ready with us. Now, let's quickly, just 1 second. Now, that was fantastic talk. And as I said earlier, I've been to Indonesia. The university is Indonesia, but the one we been before was, I believe Sumatra is the same, and most universities in Indonesia are doing fantastic work engaging with community. The issues the professor was talking about are very critical in terms of, and believe it or not, eradicating poverty, which is related to food and all this stuff. Very few countries worldwide, they still have poverty according to the UN own measurements. So it's quite important. It's quite an important issues we are discussing here. And I think this is all going to be, as I said, we will be looking forward to collaboration with Sumatra University. Now we need to go to the next keynote speaker. We're going to talk to us about fantastic topic. This is to start kicking into the AI in more specific, augmenting human intelligence through artificial intelligence. I really like the topic, human intelligence through artificial intelligence, the future of sustainable knowledge economy. And Dr. Tufail Said, he's the president and founder of Freshford Business School in Switzerland. And as I said earlier, Dr. Tufail, we're very grateful. I'm really looking forward because I think we will be seeing some of your students tomorrow, physically actually in London. And thanks very much to Professor Nuj for facilitating this. It was a very short time, particularly the issue. So I believe, let me just make sure I check here. I believe you're going to talk to us. You're going to make your speech. My understanding is there is no PowerPoint. Let me just make sure I get this. I don't want to make any mistake here. So my understanding, we will be listening to your speech just to show people. So augmenting human intelligence through artificial intelligence, future of sustainable knowledge economy. And I think we will now go straight to, let me just make you co-host, okay. So please unmute yourself. Very nice to see you. I know it's very late in Australia, but thank you very much for joining us. So the floor.
No, it's absolutely fine.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Absolutely fine. Thank you, Professor Alam. Just want to first of all do the niceties, making sure that I thank everyone. So first of all, thank you for having me and having Rushford as part of the conference. I congratulate you for such fantastic work that you do and have continued to do over a number of years, as you pointed in your original initial presentation. And I have been going through the WST website, and I'm really admire the sort of focus that exists to and the global impact that the organization is making. I also want to thank our scholars, our faculty, specifically Professor Anuj, to be part of the conference in person, to make the travel to UK and immerse themselves in the conference, as also all of the other faculty members and speakers and delegates and students, whosoever is associated, and all the conference organizers in whatever shape or form they have supported the conference. Really an amazing conference when I look at all the great speakers, as well as the wholesome portfolio of topics that exist. So before, so I thought I'd just do that and immerse myself directly into my talk. I'm actually a physician by training. I'm from India, from a place called Kashmir, and then I've spent time in the US, in Singapore many years, and also other countries around the world. And I primarily do higher education now. I founded Rushford Business School as well as James Lind Institute. In fact, we are very closely related to many programs that we do within the SDG. We're connected with PRME. We're a signatory of PRME, and we're very busy in many projects that we do in Africa and other parts of the world. So that gives a little bit of a background on me. I live in Australia and I work in Europe, and I keep traveling half of my life, just managing all of this between family and work. Glad to be here. I thought that I actually present this from the vantage point of someone who is at the helm of the affairs to define what a seasoned, highly relevant higher education institution should be doing or should be thinking about as we move forward in this very, very fast-moving world of AI today. So I have a question for everyone. You see, you can think about maybe yourself as whatever your current age is, maybe minus it by 10 years and 20 years, 15 years, and think how many less or more phone numbers do I actually remember today than I used to. I mean, I don't remember any. I only remember my wife's phone number and my own phone number. I don't even remember anyone, maybe my mom's number. That's all. So what's happened is we just, we got something in our hand and we just basically decided to lose that part of our memory. And similarly, it's more of an evolutionary thing. I can bring in my medical sort of background in it as well. But what we have done with progress over the number of decades of progress is that we basically reduced effort. If you look at, in the industrial revolutions, and we are talking about, and then the web and internet, and now the AI, essentially we are reducing effort. And whenever we have reduced effort, I mean, we got locomotives, we got cars, our muscles got weaker. And what do we do today? We go to gym in the car, we go up the escalator, and then we go on a treadmill that basically takes us nowhere. So what we have done over time is we don't get vitamin D, so we take a pill because we don't spend enough time outside in the sun like our forefathers did. So what's happened over the decades is that from an evolutionary standpoint, and our body is not a static, it's a very dynamic machine. So when we reduce effort, it sort of gives up that part of our physiology. And the same is, the brain is no different. It does exactly the same thing as our muscles or bones and everything else. The dangerous part is that if you don't make any efforts, you don't go to the gym, you didn't reintroduce effort into your lifestyle because you lost that effort because of all of the nice things we have that reduce that effort. When you look yourself in the mirror, you actually can tell that I need some exercise. I need to reintroduce, I need to go and lift some weights. I need to go on the treadmill. But if you have a flabby mind, it's hard, and it's harder now because we have AI. So as we delve into the AI world, one thing that is going to accelerate is what is this reduction of effort going to do? So when I look at, so that's why I said in the beginning, I'm going to introduce myself into this topic as someone who really feels responsible for what an education, at least my own education institution, my faculty, my students, my scholars, myself, what our vision should be and what our strategy should be, and how do we reintroduce this mind gym into the paradigm, because that's what we're going to definitely lose. So, I'm sure, I mean, look at our scholars are there, our professors are there, and many other faculty members or professors and teachers in their own rights in their institutions. When we give a student an essay to write, a thesis to write, or an assignment to write, or assignment to complete, we're not interested in the assignment. The assignment is actually a byproduct. It's something that we can just chuck away, because if done right, what we're expecting is that the journey of completing that assignment should have done something to that student's mind, which will lead to further improvements in what they're working on. So there's a intelligence that is getting developed in that human being because of the struggle they put in. So that struggle is a desirable struggle, a desirable stress that the human being needs to go so that they continue to stay and continue to grow to be creative. Now, we have to relook at this particular concept in the understanding of how AI is going to, or artificial intelligence is going to impact it. And and also understand how AI needs to be handled when it comes to degradation of human intelligence, because it's not going to go away. It's going to be part and parcel, just like when internet came, we used to dial up, and now we have super fast gigabit internet, or similar things have happened to travel, similar things have happened to our other sort of electronic and other facilities in our lives. So it's not going to go away. So we have to deal with it in a way so we can actually ensure that our minds do not become flabby. And as people within the education field, higher education field, and even other parts of the education landscape, we have to be really cognizant of that. So what do we do going from here? What is the way out? They did a study in MIT, I think, a couple, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and they found out that, well, they had students in 3 cohorts, and they gave AI to one cohort. They gave, I think it was a couple of years ago, or maybe less, and they gave just internet and search engine and everything else to cohort 2, and they gave nothing except maybe access to the library to the cohort 3, and they did EEGs, and they plug in, and they found out that the brain lit the most when students did not have the electronic resources. So what does that mean? Which means that we have actual physiological evidence that when that desirable struggle is put in, we actually are training our brain. And those students who did not have the support of that training, having to go to the library, look through the books, and interpret data, and do their own calculations and everything else, because they didn't have any, they were not as lit. So we already have actual physiological evidence that it was a smaller cohort, but the direction that it takes us into is really scary and dangerous. Is that AI is based on the volumes and volumes of human thought over hundreds of years. It has everything that any human being has thought about and then translated into a meaningful idea or a meaningful invention or text or knowledge piece. So that's what it is riding on. Now, recently, as you know already, is that a lot of the tech companies are actually creating what we call AI agents. So AI agents are not humans, and they're prompting machines. So the machine is getting prompted by machines. And they even call it, there was an article published in Nature, and what they found out that if there is a AI system that gets not fed human prompts or information, but AI generated information, the system degrades over time to a level. They call it the Habsburg AI. Basically, if you compare it with biology, it's inbreeding. We know that in biology, inbreeding is excessively leads to tremendous problems. And the same happens with AI, is that it needs the input that is coming from the human intelligence. And that is our capital. That is the humanity's capital, creative thought process continuing to grow. And that is exactly what has got us to this point where we're actually talking about AI. So, but we have a real risk, and there is already a lot of research that is going into it, that if we do not create the infrastructure and the processes to maintain that intellect and train the mind, we will see over time that AI that should rely on continued human thought will go in a completely different direction. And we don't know what the direction is, because we won't be able to even comprehend, because we wouldn't have even thought about it. So take an example. For example, I mean, if you haven't done something yourself, how are you going to supervise? This is something for all of us as teachers. If you haven't done it yourself, you will never ever be confident that I would be the best person to supervise someone to do that work, or um, to work on a particular piece, because we haven't done it ourselves. We don't have the actual working knowledge and understanding of that particular concept. So for if you look at it from that standpoint, the continuation of the human intelligence or intellect is extremely important and needs to be maintained. And institutions have a very important role to play. So for us, over the hundreds of years, over centuries, universities, even the oldest ones in the world, we have been in the process of imparting knowledge. And we were proud of it, and we did it with the best capability and potential that we could do. And that's over. The knowledge is now available. So what do we do from here going forward? If knowledge is available, and perhaps is available in a more structured form where a student can assimilate it quickly, where do we go from there? So I think today the institution's intellectual input is, if AI is going to be in the picture, let's embrace it first of all completely, but then determine at what point does AI become helpful and can augment, versus at what point it does become something that is bad. And if we go back to the same MIT study, they did something there where they actually showed that if you gave the same additional support through technology like AI, before thinking or before the initial cognitive stage of whatever they were working on, versus after, the response of the brain was completely different. So what does that mean? What it means is that if you have two students, for example, there's one student who basically does not do the thinking. So he's using the AI as a vending machine. And there's another student, she decided that she's going to structure her thought. She's going to put her hypothesis or whatever she's working on, she's going to put some desirable struggle and toil into it, and then bring AI that will only support what she believes she has to do, not that it completely replaces what she, so it's not giving her an end-to-end solution. So humans have to be trained to protect the most cognitive part of their thought process. And over time, from an evolutionary standpoint, what will happen is that the brain will know that meaningless tasks that our brains have to do all the time, I don't need to do them because I have support for that. But very high value added tasks that I can't actually outsource to a machine, I need to do them myself. And we, as educationists, as policymakers, it's even our governments, our boards, societies, everyone needs to really look at it and say, okay, we understand the mechanics of the brain. We understand how our memory works. We understand how psychology works. We understand how evolution works. And what do we do in this era, where we can showcase that what we as an expert in education or a policymaker within the framework, whether it's an education institution or whether at the government or other levels, how can we make sure that we are putting enough effort into preserving that cognitive part of the human development? Because the pipeline will run dry, basically. Over time, if AIs doesn't have any more valuable information to chew on, over time, there will be a degradation. Some people may argue and say the system will be capable of then thinking in a direction where we don't need human intellect because they are much smarter. Yes, the machine systems are smarter than human systems. However, when we write a thesis paper or when we do a project, when we invent something, it's not because only of our smartness. It's also because we have drive, we have passion. There are motivators. The motivators may be something that are related to your family, to your country, to your social aspects, to your aspirations, and that shapes the outcome of that particular outcome. Machines don't have that. So humans have shaped the world not because of our intellect. Intellect has only supported it. We have shaped the world based upon emotions, based upon what we love to do, where we want to go. And capitalists do it for the love of money. Other people do it for the love of their country or for that. So we have shaped the world based upon our inputs that are beyond intellect or intelligence. Machines don't have that and will not have that for a long, long time because we know that that's not going to happen. That's a much higher level of intellect that machines will not be capable of, at least for for the next century or more, and we don't know what will happen after that. So this is the message I want to drive home: is that in this conference, even when people are talking to each other and students are looking at abstracts and find out and dig deeper and understand whether in this particular paradigm from end to end, where is the AI getting introduced? If you're suggesting that AI should help something, whether it's for example in the earlier talk, it was about food. Where are we introducing that? If we introduce it at the right level and we do not have AI support certain processes, it might actually be more beneficial rather than thinking of it as a solution for all of the problems, which actually may not be the case. And this needs to be studied scientifically for that particular country, for that particular topic, and policies defined to ensure that that is followed. And I will end my my talk by basically bringing an example from the airlines industry. There was a famous case of Air France plane that fell in the Atlantic in 2000, I believe it was 2009 or 2010. It was a perfectly normal plane. And all that happened was that the outside sensors that keep the autopilot going got iced. And the pilots continued to follow the commands of the autopilot and did not disengage. And when they disengaged at a later stage, they didn't know how to fly the plane in those circumstances because they didn't know, they hadn't trained because they relied so much on the automation. It's a classic example that they flew a perfectly capable, normally functioning plane into the Atlantic Ocean. And the aftermath of that was that by law, every country now expects and trains and expects the pilots to disengage deliberately and early and fly the plane manually in a lot of situations and train them extensively to face those situations, because you can, even if automation works 99.999% times, there's going to be that 0.001% which you have to account for based upon you. So you have to train your mind for that particular purpose, for that particular incident. So I thought that having slides and boxing myself into lines would perhaps not let me be a little bit more open-ended in terms of my thoughts on this particular topic. But my recommendation and my advice to students and delegates is, and everyone, and I do this often as well, is look at AI as only a partial tool. Look at it with skepticism. Don't look at it with excitement in a way that it's a problem solver for everything, and also marry that with how is it going to impact the development of creative thought process in my organization, in my university, or can I measure it over time? Can we put some metrics in place? Because we know it's not going to go away. So let's develop 10 metrics today that are going to compare us and compare us across other institutions and compare us across multiple other ways to show whether what we're doing is, and you could perhaps have AI come in at different times and in your organization at different departments, and see whether there are any meaningful outcomes that are derived from that, and go scientific rather than believing everything at face value and then following it. So I would end there. But thank you again so much for the opportunity to spend some time here, and I'll keep this going even although it's evening time for me, but I plan to keep myself live as long as I can to listen to others. But thanks for giving me the opportunity, and I wish everyone very well and exciting and very fruitful next few days of the conference. Thank you so much. Back to you, Professor Alam.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent journey. Thank you very much, Dr. Said. I was sitting here enjoying really listening to everything you mentioned, and you're right. We take the stairs or we take the lift and then we go to the gym. I really like these fascinating examples. All the dieting and the things we are doing it because we could easily. I really like that image. For example, we're living near the sea, the bridge here. If we walk every day, we don't need to go and take vitamin D. I don't know how you spot this, Dr. Said. This is a serious problem in the UK. I don't know if you're aware of that. My entire
background,
even my
background,
physician, yeah.
It is a real problem, not only in the UK, even in countries that have sun, it's a problem. And because people don't go out, we spend more time indoors because of our lifestyle and our work, and the same in other countries in the world. So it's not a third world problem or a affluence problem. It is a lifestyle problem. And I wanted to bring real examples because we will understand them well, and we can then relate to those examples because we've seen them growing in front of our eyes. The mind is the same. We have to maintain, even when I use AI, and I use AI very heavily for my work. We are developing many projects where I think AI is fantastic, but I do not go to AI and say, I want to do this, give me everything. I have done quite a bit of my own work before I start asking questions. And then there's a very important concept. There is something, and I think some of the technical people will know this, is that there's a concept called hallucination. So AI hallucinates. So basically, when you ask AI questions, over time, it may even lie to you. It may even give you answers that you like. You have to prompt AI to tell you, for example, if you're on ChatGPT or Claude or or somewhere else, Perplexity, you say, Claude, you have to be very critical of me. Grill me. Then only. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it will tell you things that you want to, that you like. So there is a disparity and there is a diversity in how humans interact with AI based upon how they know AI works. So, and AI is assimilating this all. So, hallucination is a real thing. And there is a lot of research, if you can, it's available in the archives, is that AI lies to you, and it lies boldly. So if you don't know, if you don't have some understanding, you will just take it as it is and be catastrophic in whatever area we use it, in small or big ways. So I think this is what we need to teach our students, our scholars, our faculty, our administrative people, our boards, that AI is a great thing. However, we have to manage it. It's a beast. It's like it's like the horses in front of your chariot. You have to hold on to the reins. If you don't, it's going to kill you. They're going to run so fast that it's going to topple everything and kill everyone. So you have to hold back, and you need to have, you need to know how to hold back. So this was my message. Actually, I was trying to convey through my
Very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Said, we have a very nice certificate. We'll give it to Dr. Anuj. So physically
Thank
you will
you.
have it. And also we will, with your permission, we will hang it on him and then he will take it, bring it to you. We have a nice
Thank you
message.
so much.
Thank you very
I
much.
truly appreciate it.
And I hope next year, if you find the time, it's going to be in February in Japan, or whenever you come to the UK, please let us
I have spent a lot of time in Japan. I know Japan,
Okay,
like
so
the back
we
of
see
my
you in
hand. I would
February.
love to, I would love to come Japan. So here's my
February. Now,
here's my
now,
soft
February.
promise. Here's my soft promise that I will join you next year.
Okay,
and we'll plan
fantastic.
towards it.
We'll
Yeah.
see the university February 24th. We will see you in Japan, hopefully.
Absolutely.
So
Thank
please
you so
join
much.
me to show your appreciation to the talk. You click on that one on your reaction. Thank you very much. Now, I know we are a little bit over time. We're going to fly from Australia or India straight to Japan. We have our fantastic colleagues there, wonderful academics. I made you co-host Dr. Chimi. Dr. Chimi is going to join us from Waseda University in Japan. She had made tremendous efforts. She visited our office, actually. I had the pleasure of seeing her in London. She is a distinguished academic. She is now, she was organizing the conference in Tokyo, and then the war. I hope nothing will stop us from coming to Japan in February. So all over to you, Chimi.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Alam, and distinguished guests and colleagues. Hello and good morning. I'm Jamie Kurokawa, Assistant Professor at the Waseda University in Tokyo. It is true privilege to connect with you all online on the opening day of this exceptional conference. And thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Amin and Dr. Said. It was really informative and stimulating presentations. So as you know, and also as already the Professor Alam told, that we initially planned to meet in Tokyo this past April, but due to the situation in the Middle East, we had to relocate the venue to London. I hope everyone in attendance will fully enjoy the wonderful program and the hospitality that London offers over the next few days. Now looking ahead to the future in Tokyo, I'm absolutely thrilled to announce that our journey to Japan is back on track. Next February, the specific dates we are still finalizing, but it could be the end of the February. Our conference is scheduled to be proudly hosted at the Waseda University in the city of Tokyo. Waseda University, with over 140 years of history, academic excellence, and a vibrant global community, provides the perfect setting for our next intellectual exchange. And let me tell you the other things of Japan. The February is a truly magical time to experience Tokyo, I believe. The winter air is fresh and clear, not so much cold like UK, I hope. The winter offering stunning views of the city skyline, and on a sunny day, you can actually catch a beautiful glimpse of Mount Fuji right from Tokyo, even though it's located in the neighboring prefecture. But more importantly, the winter in Tokyo means it is a great season for ramen, the Japanese noodle soup. There is absolutely nothing better than warming up with a hot soup, steaming bowl of the noodle soup. So, and for our Muslim colleagues, please do not worry. You will find incredible and authentic halal ramen nowadays. The shops are really increasing. So, yes, I believe that you can enjoy it. And in fact, maybe the finding your favorite ramen might be the most serious research you do in Tokyo. And okay, so to give you a taste of the experience that awaits you, I have prepared a video all about Tokyo. As you watch, I hope you will imagine the places you want to visit and the experiences you want to have. So let's take a virtual tour, and I really look forward to seeing you all in person next year in Tokyo. Okay, so let me share the screen.
Also share the sound.
Okay.
A small box, click on share.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Share. This one.
I think you need to click share the sound. Stop the share and reshare again.
Okay.
And before you share, there is a box called share sound.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Okay, yes, that's all from me. Thank you very much, and we are waiting for you in Tokyo.
Thank you very much, Chimi. And I would like to add something. And I don't want to embarrass you, Chimi, but Chimi is a very nice academic, very nice person. She takes care of all the details. This is what I have noticed since I know her for 3 years. I'm pretty sure it will be a fantastic conference. The university I know, Waseda, is a well-established top university. We all hear from all over the world, have never been to Japan. We heard about the culture, about the kindness, the cleanness, and the very nice people, the Japanese. And there's so much. I'm looking forward. I have to remind everyone, if you are keen, please make sure. I know the dates here already. They are 22nd to the 24th of February. But there's something very important for those in UK and probably most Europe. We are not biased to the UK, but just it happened. The week before that is a school break. So if you're planning maybe to consider Japan as a holiday destination, take your family there the week before, give the kids and your family all what they deserve. They deserve that. Our Prime Minister yesterday, when he resigned, he said, I am resigning from the government to spend more time with the important job, which is my wife and my kids. So if you give your wife or your partner or your family, it's the important job, he said. So do your important job before the conference, then let them fly on Sunday and join us on Monday. Number two, if you want to be a track chair or you want to propose any track, do it quickly. Number three, if you're seriously considering Japan, Japan is a long way. I think from London is 14 hours. So this is not a short flight. You have to make yourself now seriously think how you're going to fly, which airline, because it is going to be expensive flight, because you're talking about 14 hours flight. So the amount of fuel you will consume is higher than coming to London. Number four, you need to get your visa and so on and so forth. So if you're serious about Japan, take action now. And finally, if you do early, we will have an idea, because we will need at some point to book things. It's not easily arranged like London here. So anyway, thank you very much, Jimmy, and we look forward to see you in Japan. Any ideas? We are very open, by the way, anyone. And we would love to see those who are going to join us now online from Mongolia, from India, from Kazakhstan, all these countries. I believe Japan is slightly closer, not remarkably, but slightly closer. Indonesia, we would love to see all our colleagues from Indonesia. So anyway, thank you very much, Jamie.
Thank you very much.
I think my office and my time in the office is finished now. Thank you very much, all of you. I'm going to hand over to the chair of the second session, Professor Anuj Kumar from Rushford Business School. He will be the chair of the second session. Thank you very much. I am here, but my role is over. So I'm going to make you a co-host, Anuj. And now you can, yes, you are a co-host now, Anuj, yes.
Yes, the second session is after 15 minutes as 10:45, or we can start now.
No, you can start, because we already, I think, we are behind a little bit. So we can get people ready, because particularly I'm keen, those already in London arrived, we will give them times to enjoy London today afternoon.
Okay, just I want to switch my connection from this one to another.
Yes. You can do that. Don't worry, take your time. So we're going to start our second session. We are hoping to finish by 2 o'clock UK time or even before. So those in the UK can actually have some time. If you need any suggestion of what to do in the afternoon, we can give you. There's a lot of suggestions. I really want you, those who are in London or flying as we speak, really enjoy London. This is the best time of London, definitely. Yes, we're having a heavy heat wave, but there's plenty. London is really plenty. Our transportation is fantastic. Then the ground takes you anywhere, east, west, south, north. We are doing our best. So tomorrow you will have dinner in a nice area of London. Then the dinner of the second day also will be in a different part of London. So we're doing our best. Okay, Anuj, let me make you co-host, okay? Yes, you are co-host. You can go ahead, Anuj, now.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Professor Alam, for this wonderful beginning of today's morning. The way we have started this collaborative conference initially with the keynote speeches and all. In the initial part of the conference, we already have seen UK, Professor Alam, Indonesia, Australia, Switzerland, and then Japan. So, as Professor Alam said, more than 45 countries are part of this wonderful international sustainability conference. And I've got the opportunity to, as a session chair in the first track of this conference. Thank you once again, WASD, Professor Alam, and all the organizing team. So I would like to invite the first presenter of my track, the role of women's empowerment in sustainable community development, a case study of Kamitasu Town, Japan, Mako Inoue from Doshisha University, Japan. Mako, are you here?
Yes.
Yes, Mako, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Mako Inoue from Doshisha University, and I'm a PhD student now. So today I'm going to talk about the role of women's empowerment in sustainable community development, a case study of Kamikatsu Town, Tokushima Prefecture, Japan. Okay, so here is the outline of today's presentation. First, I will explain the research background and my core question. And second, I will review previous studies and introduce my hypothesis. And third, I will discuss the theoretical framework and logic model. And fourth, I will share the result of empirical analysis. And finally, I will conclude with a discussion and outline my future research. Okay, so let me start with a question. Did you know that some elderly women in a small Japanese village earn over $100,000 a year just by collecting and packing leaves? These leaves, called tsumamono, are used to decorate traditional Japanese dishes. To put this in context, the average annual income for women aged 70 and over in Japan is only about $12,700. So these women used to be ordinary housewives or support farmers, but now they are achieving incredible economic success. So this tells us that something much deeper than a simple business success is happening. It shows us a key mechanism for saving rural communities. So, like many rural areas in Japan, my study site faces a severe national crisis. Rural communities are dealing with rapid population decline, extreme aging, and shrinking economy. Kamikatsu Town is a clear example. It has only about 1,300 residents, and more than 50% of them are over the age of 65. Its traditional industries like forestry and agriculture have declined. But despite these harsh realities, however, Kamikatsu has captured global attention as a pioneer of sustainable regional development. So this leads to my main research question. Why was Kamikatsu Town able to achieve such a remarkable recovery, and how exactly did it succeed? Okay, so to understand Kamikatsu's success, we must look at its two major innovations. As I mentioned earlier, the first innovation is the leaf business, which started in 1968. And local elderly women became the core players in this business, picking and sipping seasonal leaves. The second innovation is zero waste policy in 2003. Kamikatsu was the first municipality in Japan to make this pledge. Today, residents separate their waste into 45 different categories, reaching a recycling rate of over 80%. And the most important point here is that women have been highly active and successful in both areas, the economic business and the environmental policy. Okay, and when we look at past studies on kamikatsu, most researchers only focused on two things: how innovative the business model was, or the role of the founder. However, they missed a critical perspective. No one has deeply analyzed the actual experiences and proactive roles of the women on the ground. In short, previous success analysis completely lacked a gender perspective. To fill this gap, this study tested a clear hypothesis. Women's empowerment was the ultimate driving force behind the multifaceted success of Kamikatsu Town. For my theoretical framework, I used a multi-year sense capability approach. Earning an independent income does more than just bring in money. It builds women's agency, their power to act, and helps break long-standing gender inequalities. In traditional Japanese rural societies, women were often treated merely as unpaid workers with no decision-making power. My study analyzes how changing this power dynamic at home and in the village helped rebuild the entire community. To evaluate these relationships objectively, I built a unique logic model based on Naira Kabir's framework. This model visualizes the full process from start to finish. It tracks how inputs like local resources and town support lead to activities like women gathering and managing leaves, which produce outputs, income, and a sense of belonging. This creates outcomes, empowerment, and stronger voice, and finally brings the ultimate social impact. Okay, so now let me share my results. By using the logic model, my hypothesis was successfully verified. We proved a clear causal link. The empowerment women gained from the leaf business directly drove their strong commitment to the town's environmental policy, the zero waste policy. And this chain reaction created a truly sustainable community. However, our analysis also revealed key challenges, asymmetry in the spillover effect. While women became highly empowered in public, the structural burden of unpaid work, such as housework and childcare inside the home, remained virtually unchanged. The traditional gender division of labor in the private domain is still deeply rooted. Therefore, to achieve true sustainability, we must address these structural challenges within the household. Okay, so let me discuss the next vital question. Why did women become the core drivers of the zero waste policy? I found three main reasons. First, as the primary managers of the home, women deal with household waste every single day. They are the most direct stakeholders. And second, the confidence and financial independence they gained from the leaf business transformed them from private housewives into public leaders. And third, they didn't see recycling as a set of annoying rules forced on them by the government. Instead, they took full ownership of it as their own community challenge. And to build on this finding, my ongoing research uses the concepts of local commons and unpaid work to explore exactly how and why these women continue to lead the zero waste policy so autonomously. Okay, so based on these findings, my next step is to test the reproducibility of the kamikaze model. So moving forward, I will conduct comparative studies to see how this model can be applied to other contexts. Specifically, I will look at other depopulated rural areas, disaster recovery sites like Otsuchi Town in Iwate Prefecture, and international development projects in Uganda. I plan to compile all of these findings into my doctoral dissertation. To conclude, because our time today is limited, so I couldn't share every detail, but Kamikaze Town has a vibrant energy and a sustainable lifestyle that numbers alone cannot describe. So I warmly invite you to visit Kamikaze and see their progressive efforts yourself. It offers invaluable lessons for our shared sustainable future. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So thank you for the wonderful presentation. I have one question for you, like a general question which I want to ask you. You were focusing on how women's role in achieving zero waste policies and all through your case study. Do you think if we talk about or if we do a research, a future research, if we talk about two genders, male and female, and if we connect it also with the, SDG goals and all, nowadays we are talking a lot about women entrepreneurship, bringing it towards sustainability, and more and more countries are contributing or even motivating women entrepreneurs to come on the surface. So do you think if we compare these two genders, pre and post analysis, do you think if SDA and we talk about SDG goals, women entrepreneurs or women's, as I compare, as I take your study as well, they are contributing more or equivalent? What is your opinion about if we bring more women entrepreneurs on the surface, do we able to achieve our SDG goals more faster? How you think about it?
I think women's empowerment is more important to successful to SDGs goal. So I think it's important to realize the importance of women's empowerment and the core like yes. Sorry,
No,
difficult to
that's what
answer.
I want to
But
I want to know if I want to know your opinion. If we bring more and more women entrepreneurs from each
yeah,
country, do you think
yes.
if let's say if we are able to achieve SDG goals in 2047 or
Uh,
2040, I'm just going hypothetically, and if we
okay.
have more women entrepreneurs, can we achieve it like 2038, like little bit faster by their contribution? You are talking about, as you are talking about zero waste policies and all, and women are already connected to many household talk and many household work, sorry. So do you think it will help us to achieve SDG goals more faster? Women, if more and more women come on the surface, or women entrepreneurship or women related projects?
So I think it's important. It's most important things is household equal uh gender perspective in the household. So first, I think it's uh important to uh solve the problem in the household.
Okay. Anyways, the floor is open. Anyone else want to ask any questions? Anyone else want to ask any question? Or we can move to the next presenter. Okay, I guess we can move to the next presenter of the day. Thank you very much once again for
Thank you so much.
your presentation. And now it's time to move to the next presenter. Thank you, Marcus, once again. And the next presenter, the topic of the presentation is resilience through a One Health framework, machine learning techniques based assessment of soil organic carbon in Mongolia's shrub steppe pastorallands. Anumandal Orgel, Mongolian Academy of Science, Mongolia. And there are 4 authors in the paper: Dr. Bajjargal Zamba, Dr. Mukuldulam, and Sarual, Dr. Undarma, Dr. Rastasral. So welcome you all on the floor, and you can start presenting your paper.
Can you any of the speakers can you click on the hand so we know
Who is presenting?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. There is someone called iPad, maybe this one. The presenter, can you please click on the hand sign so we see you? Because there is something here, iPad. I am trying to. Can you show us the presenter? Okay, I think maybe I know you go to the one after, and I will try to communicate with them through my team.
Okay, no
I'm
problem.
pretty sure they are here, but I don't know where are they? Yeah.
Let me go to the next presentation due for this session. And the next presentation is on climate diplomacy, how Kazakhstan and the Gulf states shape sustainable energy policies. And the authors are Omar Ahmad Abu Shawar, Dr. Ayman Kurmangali from Sorbonne Kazakhstan Institute, Professor Saad from United Arab Emirates University, and Dr. Ahmad Abu Sham from Soar University. So who is presenting?
Omar is already co-host now.
Okay, please go ahead, Omar.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Today I will talk about climate diplomacy, how Kazakhstan and Gulf states shape sustainable energy policies. In this presentation, I will refer to SDG, which stands for Sustainable Development Goal. After this, I will simply use the abbreviation SDG. This topic is not about energy. It is about the future of our economies and long-term stability. Yeah. Introduction. In recent years, sustainable development has become a global priority. Countries that depend on natural resources face a serious challenge. How can they protect economies while also moving toward clean energy? This is why Kazakhstan and GCC countries are important case studies. Yeah. Research objectives. This study has 5 main goals. First, to understand sustainability trends in Kazakhstan and the Gulf region. Second, to measure the relationship between energy and climate action. Third, to see if countries are converging in performance. Fourth, to identify sustainability gaps. And finally, to suggest future-oriented strategies. In simple words, we want to know where these countries stand today, and where they are heading tomorrow. Methodology. As you see, me used SDG data from 2000 to 2022. We focused mainly on SDG 7, clean energy, and SDG 13, climate action. First, we analyzed long-term trends. Then we study the relationship between indicators. And finally, we applied forecasting models. So this is research is not theoretical. It is based on real data. General results. The results, yes, sorry. The results were very interesting. As you see on the screen, Kazakhstan shows relatively higher overall SDG performance. However, as you see in the screen, after 2015, GCC countries started growing faster. This suggests stronger policy, acceleration, and investment. Energy transition. Again, you can see in the screen when you look at clean energy. Okay, at clean energy, GCC countries often perform better in SDG 7. This reflects major investment in energy infrastructure. We can also see gradual convergence between the countries. This is a positive regional signal. Sorry. Yeah. Climate action. The climate action results are more uneven. We can see the first orange line Kazakhstan maintains relatively stable performance, while some GCC countries show fluctuations. This difference reflects varying levels of environmental policy maturity. Recommendations. Based on this finding, we recommended accelerating to transition allow carbon economies, reducing stability gaps, integrating energy and climate strategies, and strengthening regional cooperation. The future requires bold decision, no temporary solutions. Conclusion. In conclusion, sustainability pathways differ across its resource-based economies. But energy and climate policies must work together. In the context of global energy transition and geopolitical uncertainty, sustainable cooperation between resource-based economies no longer optional. It is strategic. Comparative analysis helps governments make smarter decisions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Hello?
yes, you are. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have two suggestions for you. First question, when you are showing the slide, you have taken data till 2022. Why not 2025 or 2026? Why not recent 4 years? Can you answer me this question?
Can you please repeat your question?
I'm saying when you were showing the slide, you have considered data till 2022. In your slide, you have written.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
not till 2025, or there was a limitation?
Okay,
Why,
can I answer this question?
yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, because this is the data that available at that times on the World Bank online, provided by SDGs. The only it was available until 2022. I think yes. The latest one is not there. That's why the study was only up to 2022 by WHO, I think.
Okay, so this was the limitation.
This is the limitation, yes. This is the limitation.
Limitation, yeah.
Yeah, this is only the limitation that we provided because of the data availability.
Okay, one more suggestion. One more.
Yeah, I think also you have collected, right? I think as the WASP, they have collected some data. If they could share with us, then it will be better to have analysis or to have analysis to work on that and have up-to-date result and comparative result between this country and Kazakhstan as well. But because you don't have like direct resources, you only depend on online one, and that way Ours is up to 2022. Okay.
Then the WASD can help you in that. Anyways,
Yes,
from
yes.
my side, one more suggestion. The
Okay.
objectives were 4 or 5. There were too much objectives. If you can refine it and can make it 3 objectives, then it will be nice. Okay.
Okay.
So these are suggestions from my end. I'm giving it to Dr. Alam or anyone want to suggest anything or any question.
Yes, number one, yes, I think this is a very good attempt. Data is being mentioned as one of the major issues for most countries. It's a serious issue. And I think I appreciate that if we look at the challenges here quickly, we will discuss this tomorrow. If you see globally, if you see the biggest gaps of a big challenge for the whole world, it is gaps, data gaps. So it's not just Kazakhstan, many countries, and you will be surprised when you see now the result. Algeria, Bahrain, Comoros, Djibouti, Egypt, Tunisia, Iraq, Oman, Qatar, also mentioned that, Saudi Arabia, United Kingdom, they all struggle with issues of data. So I think that definitely, yes, it might sounds like a shortcomings or of the case study, but like Dr. Ahmad just said, even the UN, they don't have the data. Where can you get it now? There's no data. This is one of the major actually findings we're going to discuss tomorrow. I hope you all join us tomorrow, because it's a big problem, really. If there's no data, you can't have good analysis, even
yeah, actually, even though the validity of the data as well, are this data available online also, they are valid, and they can also, if you are take like we measure the data or have outcome out of this data, is it 100% accurate? This is the issue also.
That's another issue, yes. But please join us tomorrow from Omar and Imad and all your colleagues. Join us tomorrow when we discuss this point at 2 o'clock London time. Very serious, issue, by the way.
Okay,
for all the
inshallah.
whole yeah, inshallah.
Inshallah.
My opinion, Dr. Alam and the team is working already on SDG tracker and developing very good insights from each country. So that will be nice. Now, anyone else want to ask any questions? Anyone else want to ask any question?
No, I think you can move now.
Okay, let me move to the next presenter. Next presenter is Mr.
Thank
Dr. Ahmad Shaheen. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. The next presenter is Ahmad Shaheen. Name the title of this paper. Okay, the human-centric algorithm, energizing AI reduction with ethical human oversight, optimize sustainable banking. This is the next paper. Dr. Ahmad Shaheen and Aminu from Rushford Business School. He is working with Bank of Industry Limited, Nigeria. Over to you to the presenter, Dr. Ahmad Shaheen.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm really excited and happy and honored to be here with all of you. Today, inshallah, I'll be presenting. Please let me have a second. Is the screen clear?
Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you, Professor Alam, and thank you, Professor Anuj, for the great chance. My name is Ahmed Shaheen from Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport. I serve there as an assistant professor. And with me is my soon-to-be professor, inshallah, or Dr. Aminu Masanawa from Nigeria. He's a decorated banker with more than 10 years of experience. We will discuss today the human-centric algorithm synergies, AI fraud detection with ethical human oversight for sustainable banking integrity. To begin, we have during the past year, 2025, more than 2 quadrillion dollars of value that was moved based on 3.6.
Dr. Ahmed, I'm really sorry to stop you because this is very important. There is a sound coming. I don't know where it's coming from.
Is the sound not clear?
No. The background sound is someone. I don't know. If it's from you.
The laptop is, I think, doing this sound maybe. Is it making any distortions or something?
Yes.
I will try to use another device.
Maybe it's moving from Amin. I think it's from Amin.
Another device.
Can you start?
Is the voice now better?
Yes, I think this was me.
Okay.
Can you start sharing again?
Okay, Professor.
It's very important. You will never get this again. I can see Rashford. Is this you, Amin?
Aminu, yeah.
Ahmed, are you Rashford Business School?
No, Mr. Aminu is from Rashford Business School. I'm from Arab Academy for Science and Technology. I serve there as an assistant professor.
No, I know. In the picture, Rashford Business School. Who's sharing?
Confab.
No. It's better from your computer.
Okay. No, I'm sharing from my computer. Yeah, sorry. Is it clear right now or not?
No. I tell you what the problem is. Your screen on the right-hand side is showing Rashford, not your picture.
Okay.
That's how you want it?
Yes.
There's
we
no
can
picture.
work with that. Yeah. We can work with that. So my screen is not showing my video.
Your
I think
your screen is showing, but now we can see Anuj. We don't see you.
Okay. This is a very weird manner.
If you
is
can,
that confirm, I can close. I'll close the video and reuse it again. Is now the problem resoluted?
No. See Rashford.
This is okay. No screen is on. Is clear to you?
Ahmed, normally see the screen on the right hand side. We don't see you.
Okay, I'll try to.
Can you stop sharing and start sharing from your laptop?
I'm sharing now from my laptop. So is it resolved now?
No. We see you on desktop now.
Yeah. It should have my picture by the side as the camera is on, so I don't know where is the problem. I have now switched to a full screen. Is that obvious? Is it clear?
Yes, but this screen is still showing on the screen.
I don't know where is the problem. I can see myself actually as a video, but I don't know if it's clear to all the other participants.
No.
Maybe I'll try to. Any changes regarding the? I blurred the screen.
No. I know it's disturbing everyone, but it's better to get this right. Otherwise, your talk will not appear.
Okay. I'll try to reuse the camera. I'm sorry for that, Professor. Maybe these technicalities can be resolved easily. Okay.
Just remember, Abu Shah or Omar, he was talking, the screen on the right, you see him, right?
Yeah.
Now what we want from you, yeah? We don't see you.
For me, this. Okay. I'll try to share my own screen. Does it? Do you see? It's for me. I can see myself. However, the problem may be that you cannot see this is that the problem?
Yeah, we see Anuj now. You understand me, Ahmed? Anuj.
Yeah. We have all the, I shared all the my screen, not
I
just
understand,
the
Ahmed. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm trying to help you. You see Anuj now. I don't see you.
I don't know. Maybe the voice is not good, so that's why. Try another. Is the voice now better? Maybe
It's not
that
the voice.
makes.
It's not the voice. The right hand side. We don't see you. We see you.
Okay.
This is a problem.
Professor Anuj, can you turn off your camera? Maybe it would solve this problem. I'm trying to handle this. Yeah.
Can you share now? I think.
Yes. Okay. Now, how is it?
No, we don't see you. We see you.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe the problem is with the software or something. Can we continue the presentation and maybe we can resolve this later,
If
Professor?
you want, you can continue, but you will not appear in the video at all.
No problem. It's an honor just to share my ideas here with my colleague.
Can you co-presenters present from his computer?
Yes, he's from, I think, I don't know if he's showing up.
He is showing up. Like that.
This is very weird. Yeah.
I mean, can you present from?
Amino, can you help with the presentation? Maybe I'll start based on your PowerPoints.
But there's two, two of them now.
Yeah, from two devices.
Yeah, but this causes problem. We're very keen to get the video clean. I know it's costing frustration to everyone, but there's no other way to go for.
We are sorry for that, Professor. We will handle this, inshallah.
I mean, can you just come from one device rather than this? Can you come out of the devices?
Mr. Amino, do you hear us? Please log out from the other device, yeah, from iPad. Keep the laptop. Okay, Professor. Does that have the video right now?
No, we see. Okay, can you? We can't see you.
I don't know what is the real problem.
Maybe I'm.
Please, yeah.
Can you unmute?
Yes. The problem I think from your side, Prof. Adam.
What do I have to do?
Because your sound is echoing. His sound is very clear.
No.
He's speaking about the picture.
On the side.
Maybe something related to.
Can you see me, Professor Imad? Is my camera visible?
I can see you.
Okay.
I can see your slide as well.
Okay. How about now?
Yes.
Do you still see me?
Yes, I still can see you. I can see your slide.
Okay, Professor Alam, I think...
I don't see you. Okay. Sarujan, can you just see because he's the one who's recording.
Okay.
Hold on.
Can you confirm that I'm showing up?
No, you are not showing up. Sarujan, can you in your report?
But we can see him, Prof. Alam.
You can see him on the slide.
Yes, can see him and can see the slide.
Go ahead then.
Thank you, Professor. Sorry for the technical headache. As we were saying, we have right now in 2025, digital payments moved $2 quadrillion in value. That came from 3.6 trillion transactions. There is no human that can track that. We expect, or we estimate that 1 trillion of these transactions was fraudulent. So it's very hard for humans to track all this volume. So banks turn to AI and machine learning so that these systems can scan these millions of transactions in real time and flag that transaction that may look wrong or that has a problem and stop it as a suspicious or as a fraudulent. It's super fast. It doesn't need humans. However, speed has a cost, of course. When you automate at this scale, you do not just catch criminals. The problem becomes that you are blocking some legitimate but maybe irregular behavior by consumers. For example, someone that is buying multiple things in a repeated transactions would be blocked as fraudulent by the AI system without referring to any human. And this mistake makes consumers or some of people excluded from the banking sector, which will make them dissatisfied, of course, and would have repercussions. So, to be fair to the technology here, AI brings real strength. It monitors transactions in real time. It finds anomalies across millions of data points. It predicts new fraudulent patterns before even humans can spot it. But it carries a real cost too. It blocks legitimate customers, as we said. It excludes people from spending, even if they are irregular. Honest spending is being blocked. It makes decisions inside a black box that sometimes cannot be explained. And the AI models learn from historical data. So if there is any sort of bias in this data, it will be embedded in the algorithm and it will be making the decisions after that. So we have two main questions in this paper that we need to address. First, how effective are AI tools at detecting fraud? Second, how does ethical human oversight, which is the concept that we will discuss in a matter of seconds, reduce the false positives? False positives, we mean the legitimate transactions that are flagged as suspicious and are blocked automatically by the system that was using the AI. So, the central argument here, or the core point, that fraud detection is not only a technical problem, it is a sustainability governance problem. Why? Because simply accuracy without fairness erodes trust. So if I can't trust the system, and the system is cutting off many of my transactions, that would make me try to use the cash outside of the system. So it enables, or it enhances the idea of a financial exclusion, which of course maybe making the banking system not just insufficient, it reduces the integrity and it makes more failure problems to the banking sector. So we propose an alternative to a full automation, which is the human in the loop, or the human-centric alternative. The human in the loop would be a layer where humans may interact and have the final say so that we don't lose the accountability problem. All of us can recall the Maven incident in a few weeks. So the accountability was a problem. We don't know, the AI flagged So who is accountable for the misconduct or for the bad decision? The human in the loop solves this problem. The key idea is the ethical human oversight. As a principle, humans have the final authority. They have the final say when stakes are high. The machine brings speed, the human brings the context. Together, they protect accountability where cost of a mistake is highest. If if a transaction is flagged as suspicious and it's for a big deal, that would stop it for quite some time, which may make a change in the exchange rate or in the fares as the market is turbulent. It can cost millions of dollars if it's in action. So the AI flags the suspicious transactions in real time. A human reviews only the ambiguous cases before any action is taken. Accountability stays intact at every critical decision. One point matter here that EHO or ethical human oversight does not really slow fraud detection down. It adds a targeted review layer in exactly the most needed places where automation is most likely to harm honest consumers than it protects them. If there is one concept that I need everyone to focus on in this presentation, it's this one, the gray zone. So imagine that we have two main points or a spectrum. On one hand, we have the clear legitimate, and on the other hand, we have the clear fraud. The system would easily automatically approve the legitimate if it's clear, and the fraudulent transactions would be rejected automatically if they are clearly fraudulent. The problem lies in the middle, actually, where there are some irregular behaviors, but they are honest. They are real transactions by the consumers or by the users. Here where the AI falls short. So we introduce the gray zone as the place where risk assessment is needed and humans have to review the ambiguous, as we said, or irregular behaviors by the consumers to just double check if it's the right transaction or if it's fraudulent. So this is how the pieces fit together. Our human-centric AI fraud governance framework joins three layers. It starts with a digital banking transaction that can be a card payment, an online payment, online banking, whatever. Real-time activity. The first layer is AI-driven fraud detection. A machine learning algorithm can spot any suspicious behavior and analyze it and spot the anomaly detection. The second layer is the gray zone and false positives identification. This is where we introduce the humans to the loop. They start teaching the algorithm what are the false positives. They start labeling the fraudulent transactions so that the algorithm learns from their behavior, and then they have the final say whether the transaction goes through or it is blocked because it is fraudulent. And the third layer is the human oversight. It takes the decision, it has the accountability. So we move to the final stage where we have a financial inclusion and the sustainable banking integrity intact. So how we tested that? It was by the data. It was available in Kaggle. It's a very famous data, the credit card fraud dataset. We conducted it was already transformed via a principal component analysis for all the variables. We asked the author for the exact indicators so that we can conduct our quantitative exploratory analysis. The method that we took 1,000 transactions, the first 1,000, and we conducted a linear regression as an exploratory trial, not trying to predict at this stage. The goal is not to optimize a classifier, but to explore where automation struggles and where it is ambiguous and where it fails to know whether it's suspicious or if it's fraudulent or a legitimate transaction. Here you can see that the system, after the analysis, found a problem. It was labeling any large amount as suspicious, and sometimes it's 50-50. It goes to the problem of the gray zone. The transaction value alone does not separate fraud from legitimate activity. However, it's one of the biggest indicators that the AI algorithm used. When we looked at the data, legitimate and fraudulent transactions clustered together. They overlapped. Anomaly logic could not clearly pull them apart. It was very hard for the AI to differentiate between the real and the fraudulent transactions. So, relying solely on the amount as a big indicator for the transactions being fraud or legit is not really the right answer. It actually harms customers with legitimate high value activities. This overlap is not a data quality problem. It is a fundamental property of the fraud behavior. So the AI itself cannot really judge whether this is legitimate or not. Sometimes it could flag a multiple repeated small transactions as fraudulent, and they may be legitimate. For example, in the video game industry, some people buy packages multiple times, so the AI stopped that. If you are trying to make a transaction from a country to another, it may be flagged as fraudulent also. So the cost of overlapping or overflagging is a declined transaction, frustrated customers, which leads to a financial exclusion. If I can't pay my payment through the internet or through the banking, I will resort to other methods, which will weaken and lower the integrity of the banking system. The model did not predict much, which truly an evidence for our claim. It couldn't predict more than 2%. So there are a very complex phenomena that we're dealing with, which is fraud detection. It cannot be presented in very simple linear data, and it cannot be judged by the AI itself. So we have to have the human capacity. The limitation is that we just used 1,000 transactions. So further research could explore the whole data. It's more than it's around approximately 300,000 transactions. The model choice, we chose a linear regression for exploratory reasons. We can later, inshallah, use the logistical regression, which would be more sufficient dealing with a categorical variable. We use the single dataset. If we have more datasets, it can be giving more predictive power for any framework that could be developed. So there are good future chances for this research. The answering to our questions, AI detects anomaly fast at a big scale, but it's not that fair. So it will have some problems differentiating between illegitimate and fraud. It will resort to the easier way, flagging everything as fraud to reduce the risk. With the human in the loop, reduces the false positives, and increases the customer satisfaction, and reduces the risk of financial exclusion. The contribution is the reframe the problem. It's not a technical problem. It's a sustainability and governance challenge that could jeopardize the banking industry. The gray zone concept, as it's a formal concept, the structural source of a false positive is in automated systems can be resolved, and the governance framework where we improve the AI systems with human in the loop as a third layer so that it reduces the false positives, and it bridges the disciplines between the ML, the machine learning detection, the ethical AI, and the sustainable banking. So from here we can introduce the expandable artificial intelligence, which is the AI with the human. So as we can say, we don't rely solely on the AI in detection. We have the humans. Real-time auditing is easy with AI included. A full-scale testing is easy also. But with the human in the loop, it can validate whether the data and the suspicious behavior is real or is just a problem of the software itself or the AI itself, which will lead to a resilient finance. Thank you very much for the time. I think I exceeded my time, so I'm sorry for that. Any questions? Okay, I can't really hear the voice, which is another problem.
Anuj,
Yeah,
can
Professor
you
Ahmed,
unmute
yeah.
Anuj?
Okay.
Yeah,
Now
can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear clearly.
Ahmad, can you hear me?
Ahmed, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, I have two
Okay, I have
questions.
two questions. You have
Discussed
discussed
about
about
gray join,
gray join. Yeah,
gray join,
gray join,
and why
and why AI can't AI
handle on its
handle on
own
its own
the fraud
the fraud
detection.
detection.
Why
Why
and what is
and
this
what is
gray
this
zone?
gray zone? Well, the gray zone is the place where it is ambiguous to differentiate between the fraudulent transactions and the clearly legitimate transactions, but that are irregular. So, for example, if someone is doing multiple payments in small amounts or in large amounts, they are legit, they are authenticated. Maybe you have two-factor authentication. It would be blocked by the AI because it's multiple the volume or it's the amount. So it will flag it as AI. This is a gray zone. It makes customers frustrated. They cannot complete their payments, and it makes them resort to other means of payment, which excludes them from the banking sector. Why AI itself can't really do that? Because it resorts to the easy way of flagging any transaction as AI. It wouldn't take the risk that a human would do. It wouldn't understand any contextual variable. So it would rely solely on the parameters that it was during the learning phase. That's why we cannot really rely on it solely. It would flag multiple things as fraudulent, which will result in dissatisfied customers.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
thank
you,
you,
Dr.
Dr.
Ahmad.
Ahmad.
Anyone wants
Anyone wants
to ask
to
any
ask any
question?
question?
Or we can
We
invite
can
the
invite the
next
next
presenter who was
presenter who
left
was left
from
from
Mongolia.
Mongolia.
I have a
Have
problem
a
with
problem with
Anuj.
Anuj. Thank you.
I think there is a
There is
problem.
a
Anuj.
Anuj.
Okay, I think Thank you very much, all of you, Anuj and all the speakers. Thank you very much. I think I know we kept people from the morning. We're going to take a break, 8 minutes, so we can start the next session. Thank you very much, Anuj. I know you're doing your best from wherever you are. Thank you very much, Ahmed, and all the speakers. So we will take Professor Arshi, I can see you there. So we will take 7 or 8 minutes break, and then you can start on time, okay? So we will come back at in 7 minutes or 8 minutes to start our third session, please. Thank you very much. Okay. See you shortly.
Alam. And I can see some wonderful and knowledgeable sessions are going on since morning, and I'm enjoying every session. It is really a commendable conference where we have been seeing the integration of artificial intelligence, human intelligence in different interfaces. So I'll just quickly see the participants for the session 2 today. Of course, I can see Dr. Rashid, and I am sure Omateo is also present. So, okay. Professor Alam, can I make a co-host to the presenter?
Yes, who is your first speaker?
I have Dr. Rashid here. I can see him.
Yeah, he's a co-host. He can go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So with a brief introduction today, I would like to congratulate all of us for this wonderful conference about artificial intelligence and human intelligence, which is focusing on the support to human development, innovation, and sustainable progress. And I'm very, very hopeful, rather, all of us are hopeful that it's going to provide a global platform to discuss opportunities, challenges, governance, approaches, and real world applications of AI in advancing human capabilities and achieving United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And that we have seen in the morning from some distinguished key talks that how AI can contribute in different interfaces. Through expert discussion today and tomorrow, of course, we will be discussing more about case studies, knowledge exchange, and participation that will be exploring the future of AI-driven transformation and the role in building more inclusive and sustainable world. So this is our hope and opportunity for this conference. I see that these 4 papers that we have today are mostly focusing on governance, decision-making, and future capabilities by the application of AI and human intelligence for sustainable transformation. So this is mostly related to decision-making, employment, leadership, education, while highlighting the importance of human-centered approach, ethical governance, and sustainable development. So we will be having a very good information today by our distinguished presenter. So to start with, we have 2 presenters here, and please, I would like to apologize if I pronounce any name incorrectly. We have Umatayo Bolgride and Dr. Rashidul Haq, who will be presenting the paper AI-driven portfolio optimization with human behavior adjustment for sustainable investment performance. And we hope that this paper will showcase the integration of AI-driven investment strategies with human behavioral insights to enhance portfolio optimization and support sustainable development investment process. Over to you, Dr. Rashid. You can share your screen.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dr. Arshi Naeem. After a long time, we are meeting online.
Yes, I'm really pleased to see you, Dr.
Okay,
Rashid. It's
that's
been
very
more than
nice.
3 years that we are meeting again.
Yeah.
All the
And-
best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. What I am sharing, you can see?
Yes, that's visible.
That's visible. Okay, this is the full screen, is okay?
Yes, it's on the presentation mode. Thank you, Dr.
Okay,
Rashid. Go
that's
ahead.
good. Yes, I am a Dr. Rashidul Haq, Associate Professor from Mila University. Previously, my old university is it was a Masa University, but now I'm working in a Mila. And my co-author is Omotoyo Rinde. Actually, she has to present, but now suddenly she is visiting to different countries. That's why she requested has to present. So I'm going to present. This is the title having AI-driven portfolio optimization with human behavior adjustment for sustainable investment. So this is the investment performance having. So I'm coming to the directly in the position because we have some introduction having some framework and then literature review and what is the findings and our research methodology, and then we have to discuss the discussion and conclusion like that. So now this is the time for the ESG development, and you can see so much investment is coming. Those who are companies are growing through the ESG, and they are having a 39.08 trillion. You can see the market capture and penetrated by 2025, and they are having a more impact around the world. Okay, who's the companies they are having a fulfill of the ESG, so they are having a more sustainability also, and as well as the support from the governance also. So these are all we are going to take for the model Excel at a computational efficiency, and also we have to see the ESG priorities. Our research gap, you can see so many work has been done before that, but we are going to focus especially for AI optimization and ESG investment and behavioral finance. These are all the main focus point we have to discuss in this studies. So they are going to see our objective also. You can see I'm going to check the portfolio optimization, and also we have to check the contribution on ESG scores about the decision investment, and also we have to see the behavioral ESG performance, how the sustainable and that the sustainability goal has to be achieved. Our framework, you can see having we are going to see our model and framework, modern portfolio theory, MPTs. We have to check our modern portfolio theory, and then our having a behavioral finance theory, BFT, and ESG sustainable governance and AI portfolio optimization. After this theory, we have to check our what the portfolio we have to keep for the investment point of view, and how the sustainable, and they are giving a more impact for now the trend having around the world, how the people are going to invest and get a more return, and they are keeping for the safe point of view. And also have to see they have to support to the companies, and they have to support to the countries, and according to the ESG investing. So behavioral finance also we have to see, very important, and addressing for all the things in my literature review. So investor flexibility, having that approach can to be adopt for the set of the ESG performance, and they are having a three type of performance, having a high, moderate, and low. And on the basis of we have to see which one is a more accurate for the investment point of view for the ESG sustainability. So our literature review going to focus for portfolio optimization, and that portfolio optimization means transform financial market. How financial market is volatile, and last from the month of the February to till yesterday or Sunday, when the agreement has been signed with the US and the Iran, the market is a little stable, and now it is coming into the positive trend. And now sometime we have to see the market is going to dip and having so much losses according to the investor point of view. So we have to see the current model, and whatever the quantitative efficiency is having, we have to see our maximizing return. Because as an investor point of view, if you have going to see for the portfolio, I'm not a regular traders, and once we have to invest and we have to keep for a long time, but sometime when we have to see, oh, my portfolio is not giving a more gain, maybe having some problem because some of the companies, they don't have to follow the ESG criteria and the governance policy. These are all the factors like that. So MPT and behavioral finance also is going to see optimal portfolio maximize the return for a given risk. That risk factor having all the time. Even the market is also going to dip, but some of the stock having a very good return and they have to give a very good return also. So we have to look accordingly, and then we have to see whatever the challenges having, that challenges we have to check from the BFT. So MPT modern portfolio theory, and BFT is having a behavioral finance theory. This is more important. We have to check according to our modern theory as well as our behavioral, how the investor will think, because sometimes they are going for the psychology, they have to go for the ethics, and also they are going to face some losses also, but that losses how has to recover in the future when the market is booming and having a positive response. Like nowadays, yesterday was the market was very good, but I'm talking about Indian context of the market. Today market was down, and maybe 600 700 Sensex is a dip. So like that, volatility having a more. So how we have to choose the portfolio, that is more important. Then going to see the ESG and sustainable governance, and this is having a beyond the financial performance. And going to see the environmental sustainability. Now, like in Malaysia, you can see the environmental sustainability is giving a more importance, and every company, every governance going to see the quality, and they're the all the things, then they have to approve all. Then we have to compare from one country to another country. That's why ESG aligned portfolio show long-term risk return benefits, but face tension with short-term optimization. So that's why if having a large industries like that and good industries, always in a short period, you are not going to get good return. But in a long term, you have to get a very good response, and having very good wealth, you have to having so many example. I will give the example. Also so many stocks having in a Indian share market, like a MRF, Madras rubber factory. 2007 and 2008, it was the 2000 Indian rupees. Now it is trading 150,000 one share. So if you are keeping long-term aspect with the good companies, they are having ESG, so that you are having a very good return, but having a risk factor also. And also we are going to see the human-centric AI governance. AI now become just like every tools and going to adopt with the AI, and how we have to take a decision over the future, and everything is going to cover up. So investor-specific sustainable boundaries now play a key role in the portfolio construction. And also we have to go for algorithmic system must be aligned with individual ethical value. Moving to our research methodology, so we have to see our 3 years data monthly adjusted closing price by Yahoo Finance, because our data depend upon the secondary data. That's why we have to go for the ESG score, SP Global, and 5 NYSE New York Stock Exchange listed stock, Nvidia, JP Morgan, J&J, and Exxon Mobil, altogether 5 stocks having. I will show that 5 stock what is the situation. So return and volatility analysis, also we have to see how the fluctuation is going there for the individual stock. And also we have to check whether having a correlation in between each stock, or maybe having a positive and a negative, what is the diversification potential. Also we have to see that optimization, we are using AI, how we have to invest, and what is the market is going, and what is the result is going to give. So we have to go for that. And 50% volatility having, if you are return having a more than that, so that is good. Otherwise maybe having some short-term losses, but in the future having a more gains. ESG behavioral in intervention having 3 behavioral profiles applied high ESG, that is the range is 50 to 100, moderate having ESG 30 to 49, and low ESG having a 0 to 29. So these categories, three criteria having for behavioral profiles, we have to check what the portfolio having, what companies are going to cover for that one. So you can see this portfolio return and volatility summary. A stock having a NVIDIA, that is the sector is technology, JP Morgan having a financial, Johnson & Johnson healthcare, and Coca-Cola having a consumer staples, and Exxon Mobil is energy. An annual return you can see has been given in a percentage, but NVIDIA having a 62.51%. And annual volatility also is very high, 14.81%. But ESG is going to cover 63, is high, very high. So that is the situation having. So on the basis, those who are having, so investor having a chances to use the AI, and then they have to take a decision for the investment point of view. So they have to go there, that one, they have to choose. So we have to see the correlation, NVIDIA and J&J, Johnson & Johnson, having a minus 0.123. So that is a negative. It is not going to link to each other. NVIDIA and Coca-Cola also minus 0.097. NVIDIA and Exxon Mobil also minus. So negative correlations enhance diversification. That is, each is not depend to each others. So they are having a, but JP Morgan and Exxon Mobil having a positive 0.53, highest positive sector overlap warrant attention. So JP Morgan, Exxon Mobil always having, you can see the financial energy having a relation to each other, how they are keeping the positive correlations. Lower cross-sector correlation confirm multi-sector selection reduce portfolio volatility risk. So they are having multi-sector. So whatever the risk factor having, that risk factor has to reduce if you are having a lower cross sector. If we are higher, then having a more volatility on the risk factor. So this table also is going to show the same situation, and ESG is going to show for the NVIDIA 63 and JP Morgan is the 32. Johnson & Johnson 27 and Coca-Cola is 42 and Exxon Mobil is 34. So you can see having a, if criteria is going to check for all the three category, high, moderate, and there, so then we are going to see Johnson & Johnson is a low category, and NVIDIA and Coca-Cola is having a high, and two having JP Morgan, and you can see the Exxon Mobil is the moderate. So this is the situation of if going to show more percentage due to its superior return despite high volatility. So allocation of the weight, if you are going to check, 38.5% having in NVIDIA. So if high ESG going to see 50 to 100% score, so in this NVIDIA having a 63, so this is the high return driver having a 34.2%. Then JP Morgan is a moderate because this is a 30 to 49 in between 32, and Coca-Cola also 42 and Exxon Mobil also 34. So these are all called as a moderate. But Johnson & Johnson having a low, and because the marks score having a less than 29, so 27 it is going. So exclude by constant. So high return driver means having a more high risk factor also. Then diversification you can find in a JP Morgan 17.1, and stability you can find the Coca-Cola is 18, you can see the 18.5. Return booster 30.2 is Exxon Mobil. Overall, if you want to see the portfolio ESG score 42.4 for having that one, and portfolio growth having a 31%, and their volatility having is 9%. This is the below 15% because the volatility has been taken the 15%. It is a below 9, so it is a better option for the choosing the portfolio. So here result also is going to make it clear, 31% having a portfolio growth, 9% having a volatility, This is a less than the 15% maximum limit, and 42.4 portfolio ESG score, that is moderate category. So New York Stock Exchange stocks across 5 sectors we have checked, and this is the result is going to show ESG score and portfolio volatility and portfolio return. We are coming for on the point of the discussion. Then we have to see the some solver successfully operationalize MPT, having that one by computing optimal weights across return, volatility, and covariance, all driven allocation outperform never equal weight portfolio. So they are giving all the sequence if you are having AI driven allocation. Then we have to check the ESG does not hurt performance. Portfolio ESG score of 42.4 under moderate ESG constraint shows that sustainability parameter did not materially impair performance. 31% growth and 9% volatility, this is called, it is a moderate and maybe having some diversification. Then coming to the behavioral performance matter, investor define ESG profit high, moderate, low to demonstrate that human-centric governance produces meaningfully different allocation, aligning investment with the values. Limitations also, we are going to see only 5 stocks selected from the New York Stock Exchange, and ceiling NVIDIA is 63, and high ESG feasibility result may not generalize across border, more diverse. Okay, that is the result of the NVIDIA, but we cannot generalize to other share market of other countries also, other stocks, other portfolio. This is a particular work has been done for the NVIDIA, so that is the limitation factor is going to concern for that. So research question number 1, having a AI solver effectively allocate portfolio weight based on financial and ESG factors, validating the quantitative dimension of the framework. Then research question number 2, human behavioral ESG performance directly shape portfolio construction, moderate ESG setting, produce the best risk return sustainability trade-off. So having a chance, you have to decide and what basis you are going to choose the portfolio and which portion you are going to keep for the investment point of view for AI-driven optimizations. So this is the core conclusion is they are having a enhanced portfolio allocation, and also you have to see the structuring return, volatility also, and covariance also. ESG behavioral constraint do not compromise performance. Moderate ESG achieve 31% growth and 9% volatility. That means below 15%. This is the good things. You are having a very good return if you are going to use AI driven and has to check with the ESG companies, and they are having a more portfolio. So we have to choose like that. So investor always going to prefer ESG preference flexibility, high, moderate, and low, and they are keeping investing according to. If low having, that means very low risk. If high means having a high risk also, but having a good return also. The integrated AI, ESG, and BFT framework address the critical gap of treating these 3 disciplines in silos. So practical implication you can see, individual investors customize ESG performance profiles to align portfolio with personal value without sacrificing financial return. Sometimes I'm selling on a loss and going to change my investment to the different portfolio, and it is having anticipation with the data that has to get a very good growth in the near future. Like a very good example, you can see the Vedanta in an Indian company.
Dr. Rashidul Haq, we are really running short of time. I'm sorry
Okay, now we are going to we have to
Yeah.
conclude this one. So almost we are already concluded and done. And this is my reference. And this is thank you. If you are having any question, please. The session is open for all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rashidul Haq. Your research work was really very knowledgeable, insightful. And I see that especially in the current scenario when we have the drastic market fluctuation, I hope AI will be our savior. I may have so many questions from you, especially about validating the work, but considering and tracking the time, I may see that if we complete all 4 presenters, we may come back to you. So would you mind staying in the session, Dr. Rashidul Haq?
Thank you very much. So I can stop my sharing?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And I see that the next presenter, Dr. Swati Tripathi, is also in the session. Hi, Swati. How are you? I'll be making you a co-host.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you, Professor. How are you?
All good, Swati. I'm trying to make you co-host, and then I would like you to share your... Okay, perfect. So Doctors Manvi Clara and Dr. Swati Tripathi, belonging to International Management Institute from India, they will be presenting a thematic analysis of biases in AI-enabled hiring. And from the research work, I could understand that their study will explore the challenges of biasness in AI-based recruitment system and highlights the need for fair, transparent, and responsible approaches to AI-enabled hiring. Over to you, Swati. And just a reminder that each presenter should get 12 to 15 minutes so that rest of the time we can use it for the discussion. So please try to track the time, okay?
All right. Thank you, Professor, for the opportunity and the time given to me. So I can... will not be. We have tried to keep it as basic as we possibly can. I will share my screen. Sure. So hopefully it is visible. And
you can make it in the... it's in the presentation mode. Yeah.
I have now made it in the... can you see it, Professor?
Yep. It's visible.
All right. Perfect. Thank you. So this study is actually a part of a much larger study that we started basically wanted to understand naturally the bias when AI was introduced into the corporate sector at large, in how HR processes are affected by the biases in the LLMs of different AI. So this study is basically a precursor of that. We wanted to understand what exists in the literature already, so we can start working out the problem statement, break it down into more solvable pieces. And this is that part, the first part of the study. So the literature revolves around some grounding work. Acker's work is very famous in this area. In 1990, she published Hierarchies, Bodies. And from that work, she proposed the idea of gendered organization. We draw out the literature. So a lot of what we are going to talk about during this presentation will be about female participation and biases against gender. However, we will contend towards the end, as we have also seen as the study has continued beyond this presentation, that the biases exist in many shapes and forms and variations, and all must be studied. So the literature points out that as much as we have started depending on AI to carry out smooth HR process in the organizations, there are questions around whether or not we should trust AI, whether or not we are ready to adopt AI in a manner that is sustainable, in a manner where organization and the employees are comfortable enough to use AI as either an agent or a co-worker or just as an assistant. Cultural attitudes on how AI is adopted, they vary greatly. So we don't know if the West and the East, and other parts of the world are adopting AI at the same pace, readiness, motivation, attitudes. Documented biases in algorithmic hiring systems. So this is documented in the sense that we still don't know what LLMs actually do, since they are mostly black boxes of information, and we don't know what the training data set looks like. But we do know that outside, once that LLM is trained, through many validation processes, we can see that there are biases towards certain aspects, cohorts, populations of the society. The literature continues in a way, where we focus on how it can get patriarchal, on how most feminist scholars find their place in defining the role of AI and the biases that AI produces in HR processes. So we will see how feminist literature comes into the picture and supports the idea that AI and the role of AI, whether used partially or fully in HR processes, needs to be studied further to check whether or not the assumptions that are held by the organizations are not against a specific gender, are not against a specific population of the society. So that is the literature that we have largely used in the study. We also wanted to specify that it supports the SDG 5, which is basically ensuring and achieving gender equality and creating a society where women and girls are given equal opportunities and avenues to work. To not only work but also get the same dignity, get the same support from the society. So, as I stated before, there are two specific theories that we have used, but the entire work is grounded in gendered organizations theory, where it states that organizations are basically gendered spaces, as in how they are structured, how our process is defined, how the work is divided, and in some societies, sadly, how the pay gap already exists, how the data is accumulated, processed. It favors one gender, one sex over the other. And that's what Acker's work was. However, the two specific theories that we have tried to integrate into the presentation are technofeminism and data feminism. Now, both they're complementary to one another. Technofeminism states that feminism and the use of technology are basically coherent processes where you cannot have one without considering the other one. Meaning that technology, specifically AI, must be used in conjunction with the ideals and principles of feminist theories, essentially saying that you can only reach equality even in using AI when you pay attention to the feminist theory. And data feminism in complementarity states that there is a lot of data that is missing, what we call gender data gap. We don't know about how women are as employees, what kind of performers they make, what motivates them, what kind of career development they want, what do career breaks do to women employees all over the world. And when that data goes missing, the training set does not have that data, which means the AI automatically is trained on data that has missing pieces. So when you combine the two, maybe we can have a fuller picture. And when that work is grounded in gendered organizations theory, we probably will move in a direction where some aspects of society will not feel left behind. So we used a basic thematic analysis, and before that, we grounded the whole data in sort of in Prisma model, which is a basic form of structured systematic literature review. Now here I have identified the categories and the keywords that we used and the inclusion and the exclusion criteria. They are very direct. We have used human resources, artificial intelligence, algorithm, data, gender, women, female, and then we sort of removed the studies that did not fit our criteria. You will find that in the end, although this was conducted in 2025 and we are already 1 year behind, but even in 2025, at the end of the process, we were left with only 25 studies, even though we started with over 7,500, which means that a large number of studies had to be removed because even though they were talking about adoption of AI in organizations, they were not talking about the feminist perspective when it comes to AI adoption, which means, again, we are missing out on key pieces of data when it comes to AI adoption. Do men and women adopt, experience, are hired by, recruited by, trained by AI in the same manner or not? We do not know that because not a lot of studies are focusing on those missing pieces. So now moving on to the themes. I know I'm skipping a lot of the sections, but I do, for the paucity of time, I want to move to the key themes that we arrived at. One, the papers that we had, the literature that we reviewed, I have already stated the papers here. the first theme is gendered design, which means that the entirety of the, not just the training data sets, but once that AI is trained, the organizational data set that goes to AI to filter out applicants, recruitment applications, CVs, resumes, that is masculine coded, which means that the values, we already have many models, specifically Hofstede's model, that talks about masculine and feminine values, and organizations prefer masculine coded values over feminine values still. And we give the same information to artificial intelligence used by organizations, so we get the same kind of applicants, prospective candidates back to us. Historical bias talks about, again, the training data sets that have those gaps that I was speaking about when I said that the training data sets are not inclusive and therefore the outcome is not inclusive. The AI trained on those data sets that is not included. Systemic bias, structural disadvantages for certain users in AI systems, not just females, but other aspects of society, other groups in the society, which we have not included in this particular paper, but they are part of the larger study. Accountability failures and perception of AI. Accountability failures would mean that since they are black boxes, we don't know who to blame. The organization, the stakeholders, the systems used, the third party who created the AI, the responsibility dilutes. And perception of AI, how employees themselves, how prospective candidates themselves, they view AI as an agent of the organization or as an assistant of the organization, who is taking the interviews or who is filtering the resume. Now, in the last part of the study, we'll talk about the discussion, take another 2 minutes. So in discussion, what we essentially explored, that this is the crux of that there is a myth of neutrality, that just because it is technology, which may or may not be true and need to be explored further. AI systems need to be shaped in a better manner. The training data sets need to be more exploratory, more enriching, so that that data gap does not exist. And even when it exists, we know where it exists and how to fill that data gap so that the training sets are made better. The systemic bias as an organizational outcome, like many variables, the organizations must also be reflective enough so that they understand that there are key pieces that must be explored further. And then overall expanding the feminist paradigm, being more accepting of those paradigms to AI systems. And then the last slide is on implications. The theoretical is essentially adding on to the feminist perspective, but I would like to draw the attention to the practical aspects, which means that creating better training data sets and then creating better AI agents or AI tools to be used, and overall adapting the HR practices in a manner that is, of course, technology supportive, but that at the same time takes care of the larger section of the society that makes for the workforce all over the world, which is not masculine in nature. Including SDG 5 as a business imperative, as as metrics into the entire organizational performance, so that we don't sideline the idea that certain imperatives can be skipped over. So that is about it. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Any questions, please?
Thank you, Swati. I really enjoyed your research, and it was really a good work, I would say. Just a quick, suggestion probably, if you would like to incorporate in your research work, not a question, that we all know that AI has all ethical challenges that's going to go far ahead as we believe in this current scenario, not only in recruitment or identifying gender biasness. I would like, that this is also my area of interest, that to use of AI to identify ghost recruitment system. So our AI is using for selection process, also for the prospects, for the people or the candidates who apply, they can also use AI to identify the ghost recruitment system. I don't know if you have heard about it or not, but this is the latest thing going on past 2024, 25, and it's really floating these days. This was the first suggestion. And my second suggestion, while I was seeing your references for review, probably you can add more from 2025 and 2026, because now almost we are in the 6th month, ending rather. So we have lots of research work on ethical application for AI in recruitment system. So it will really enrich your work. So this is just a suggestion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. The day is going wonderful, I would say, and we are learning from market fluctuation to the role of AI in ethical and recruitment system, gender biasness. Let's move ahead with Ali Taqi. He's there. I could see him. He will be talking about from automation to augmentation, governing artificial and human intelligence for sustainable employment and leadership. Pretty similar to the previous topic, but let's see how this presentation is going to add some competitive advantage. I see that this paper will be discussing more about the transition of AI-driven automation towards human AI collaborations, focusing on governance framework and support sustainable employment and effective leadership. So, Ali, you're here? All you're ready?
Yes,
Are you ready?
Yes. Can you see
Great.
me?
I can see you. Yeah, and
Okay,
you
that's
look very nice for the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ali, just to let you know that you have 12 to 15 minutes. Okay, so please just tap the time.
Sure. Can you see my screen? I just wanted to.
Absolutely, just put it on the presentation mode so that we can, have a better vision.
Sure. Just if you can bear with me.
Perfect.
Just,
Go ahead. All the best.
Thank you. So yeah, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. I would love to meet everybody in person. However, I think the circumstances didn't allow me to do so. Maybe in the coming sessions or coming future conferences, we will be able to meet. It's been a while that I haven't seen Professor Alam, and it would be great to see and catch up as well. As you see today, I'm presenting a conceptual research paper, which is mainly a paper that will kind of help me as I'm a DBA candidate currently. It will help me to shape my final research as such. The topic is mainly talking about governing artificial and human intelligence for sustainable employment and leadership. Basically, artificial intelligence is transforming at a pace I think we haven't seen it before, and this is bringing a lot of excitement and fear as well. However, I think one thing that this paper is trying to basically talk about here or address is mainly that AI outcomes are mainly determined, mainly not only determined by the technology itself, but also it can be determined by how we can govern it. And I think this paper is basically highlighting or bringing a core argument on this area. So the suggestion here for further basically further taking this research paper further is looking at the objective of this research, which we're trying to develop a conceptual framework that can help us explain how governance mechanisms can shape interaction between AI and human intelligence, which then can support in sustainable employment and effectiveness. And I think a lot of fear comes around the technology itself and the job loss. And I think the key for all this is how can we basically try to augment this technology and how can we govern it. And that brings us to the research question, which is like how do governance mechanism influence the relationship between AI and human intelligence, especially focused on employment and leadership systems. It's morely than when these artificial intelligence technologies have moved further towards artificial general intelligence, which is not only systems or smart systems talking to each other. However, they are supercomputers that can create or basically come up with gaps and try to create solutions by themselves. And I think that's the point where we need to have some sort of employment readiness, some sort of leadership readiness, or overall organization readiness. And given my background or within the corporate, I'm telling that there is a big gap in terms of that understanding of what are the capabilities of AI from leadership perspective. I think we need more of that kind of understanding, and how can we make leaders ready for these kind of advancements in the systems. And that brings basically a conceptual hypothesis which needs to be tested, which is effective governance shifts AI from substituting human capabilities to augmenting them, which then enables the sustainable employment and stronger leadership outcome. I think here basically we're looking at the research or the theories that were available across different papers, and I think the most four theories that I could highlight in this conceptual paper was that there's a task-based theory of technological change, which is directly talking about how AI transfers work at task level, automating some activities while complementing others, which also is leading to job reconfiguration rather than a full displacement. And I think that's the key. Once we have that kind of integration between the human that is basically doing the tasks with the level of automation that is being capable to bring, I think governance is the key here. We need to make sure that yes, there is level of automation, but also there's some sort of framework that can bring governance into picture. And that basically takes us to the second theory, which is automation augmentation theory. Technology can either substitute human by automation or enhance human capabilities by augmentation. And I think augmenting it is that bringing that capability into context, depending on how it is implemented. And I think this flows that ultimately that takes us to the third theory, which is the human-centric leadership theory. It's basically when we have this implementations within real world and corporates and organizations, it really comes down to the leadership, their deep understanding of what are these systems capable of, and how they can basically create this governance and compliance around it, which really shows that the leadership needs to have a lot of reliance on this judgments, ethics, contextual decision making, which cannot be fully replicated by AI. However, there will be a point, and I think that's a potential research area, that there will be a point where we will have more advanced AI technologies, such as artificial general intelligence, which recently I have seen the CEO of NVIDIA mentioned that they have achieved AGI, and I think AGI will be the point of difference or the revolution that happens within AI. It's almost similar to when antibiotics was found in medicine, and I think that changes a lot of our understanding to AI, which starts making artificial intelligence being able to create or replicate these decision makings, judgments, even create ethical environments. And the last one, which is the governance and institutional theory. This theory mainly focuses on organizational outcomes that are shaped by governance structures, decision rights, accountability mechanism, SOAs within the organization, the guiding behaviors, the code of conduct, basically the security around the technology use and what have you. So as a literature review theory of what's available, and I try to have on different years as much as papers that I could have my hands on that could be more latest ones. The proposed or components of a proposed conceptual framework that basically could be tested are mainly mainly surrounded or centered by the governance domain. The core of this conceptual framework is having the augmentation principle. I think having AI as an enabler rather than a diffusion or rather a displacement, I think that's the key word. It basically complements human judgment and creativity rather than replacing it. And I think having that as the core of the conceptual framework while looking at this future potential research, I think that's very important. And then looking at the governance domains, which is decision accountability, workforce integration, and sustainability alignment. I think these three are really the core essence of this research, looking at ensuring that there is transparency, ethics, human responsibility, because ultimately the decision accountability, and I think it's a potential gap in the future where more and more reliance on machine understanding and machine basically conclusions kind of bring some sort of decision accountability, kind of a decision accountability vagueness into picture. Like decisions are being made, however, who's really accountable for these decisions when things go right or don't go right? The workforce integration, I think that this is the key element where AI needs to align with the role design, reskilling, inclusion, and that's the essence of augmentation. Sustainability alignment links AI adoption to long-term resilience and SDG outcomes. And I think that's really important because ultimately all these changes needs to have some sort of drive in terms of the overall development of human. And the last piece that I would suggest that be there in this proposed conceptual framework is the living parameter. And I think the living parameter is a living system that ensures the framework stays flexible and evolves with technology. And that's really important because one of the main essence of AI is that AI is self-learning and self-learning at a pace that it doesn't stop. So it's just learning 24/7 in an amplified fashion. So bottom line, it's governance determines whether AI leads to automation or substitution, or augmentation and collaboration. Before the conclusion, I just looking at the discussion and some limitations of this paper, basically. The discussion is to reframe AI adoption as governance challenge, not as a technological inevitability. Basically, highlights organization agency in shaping AI outcomes. Demonstrate that governance determines augmentation versus replacement. And I think that's also the key, integrating perspectives across AI, leadership, HR, and sustainability. Looking at the main I think limitations for this paper is that, okay, this is a conceptual study at this stage. It needs an actual empirical testing of the framework. There needs to be reliance on literature synthesis and analytics reasoning. Findings needs to be more explanatory rather than casual. I think that's very important, and that gives an opportunity for future research where these basically these concepts needs to be tested. I think to conclude here and leave areas for questions is basically looking at AI outcomes depends on how it is governed, not the technology itself. Strong governance enables augmentation, accountability, and sustainable employment. An organization must shift from automation-driven substitution to human AI collaboration. And I think that's the key message here with this research. Yeah. If there's any questions. more than happy to have the discussion. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ali. And definitely, we all just enjoyed your conceptual framework of AI. And your research, I can clearly see that it has opened doors for future research. And just I would like to speak my heart that I'm also feeling kind of, not being in London today like you, but we all have to cheer Professor Alam to bring all of us together virtually to enjoy such flavored artificial intelligence applications, theoretical work and review work, empirical studies. So lots of cheers to Professor Alam to bring all of us together from Australia, India, Bahrain, you and Malaysia today. It's really a commendable time, I would say. Thank you so much, Ali. And if there is any question, probably we would like to take up after we complete the fourth presentation.
Sure.
I hope that's okay with you.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see that Dr. Sunitha Prabhuharam is here as a participant. And Dr. Sunitha? Hi, Dr. Sunitha, how are you? So, yeah, okay, 1 minute. Let me try to make you co-host.
She the co-host.
Great. Thank you, Professor Alam. Are you ready, Dr. Sunita? I can't hear you. Okay. We have few authors here. Tamburaj.
You can hear her, Anshi Arshi.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have Tamburaj as the first author, and Dr. Sunita Prabhakaran also a part of this research, which is the AIMS AI Human Framework, Human-Centered AI Governance and Sustainability Capability Development in Higher Education. So this research is basically applying in the higher education, where we will see that how human-centered AI governance framework can be used in higher educational system, focusing on building sustainability, capabilities, and responsible AI adoption. So,
Just to
Sunita, we
confirm,
would
are you
like
able to hear me, Naim?
Yes, there is another third author also. I'm sorry, Chirag Rathore, whom I just did not mention his name. And Dr. Sunita, just try to tap the time. It's 12 to 15 minutes for you.
Just checking. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you well now.
Fine.
And can see your slides as well.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I just made it presentation. A very good afternoon to one and all present here, and I'm presenting this paper on behalf of my co-authors, Mr. Tamburaj and Professor Chirag. And thank you for the opportunity to present a paper. Our study is titled AIMS AI Human Framework, Human-Centered AI Governance and Sustainability Capability Development in Higher Education. So, as artificial intelligence is increasingly embedded within the higher education, institutions face a critical challenge. So, we're not asking a question whether we should actually have universities adopt AI, but rather how AI can be governed responsibly to support educational goals, human judgment, and long term sustainability. That's the purpose of our study now. So, over last few years, what has happened is artificial intelligence has moved rapidly into higher education. We now see AI supporting learning, assessment, student services, administration, and even institutional decision making. So, while these developments create significant opportunities, they also have some important concerns that we have to address. And questions are emerging around transparency, accountability, fairness, bias, privacy, and preservation of human agency as well. So, as AI increasingly influences academic and institutional decisions, um, we feel the need for universities to have some governance structures so that technology enhances rather than replacing human judgment. Now, um, when we review the literature, we observed an important gap. So, research on AI ethics is growing rapidly, but at the same time, there's a substantial work on digital transformation and separate research on sustainability capability development as well. However, we found that these conversations often occur independently. So most of the studies focus on specific issues without examining how they interact as a part of larger governance system. So this fragmentation, that was the motivation to our study. Um,
So the objective of our study is to develop a human-centered AI governance framework for higher education. We examine how AI-enabled mechanisms influence human and institutional outcomes, and how governance responses can support sustainability capability development. So the analytical sequence is very much straightforward. AI mechanisms influence outcomes, govern responses, moderate those effects, and together they shape sustainability capability development. So we have 3 questions that we had to study. 1, what AI governance mechanisms are emerging within the higher education literature? Second, how do these mechanisms influence human and institutional outcomes in higher education? And the third, what governance responses support responsible AI integration and sustainability capability development in higher education? So the framework is grounded into 3 complementary perspectives. Human-centered AI, which emphasizes on transparency, accountability, autonomy, and meaningful human oversight. Transformative learning that focuses on reflective learning and adaptive capability development. System thinking views, institutions are interconnected system where governance decisions create broader organizational effects. So what we did was we conducted a PRISMA 2020 guided systematic literature review. The review covered peer-reviewed studies from 2020 to 2025, sourced from Scopus and Web of Science. From an initial 543 records screening and eligibility assessment, it resulted in a final sample of 91 studies. Thematic coding and realist explanation were used to identify recurring mechanisms, outcomes, and governance responses. So the final sample consisted of 91 studies representing diverse methodological approaches. These included systematic reviews, conceptual studies, quantitative investigations, mixed methods research, qualitative studies, and case-based research. Across this diverse evidence base, a consistent finding emerged. Governance is a critical factor, shaping whether AI creates positive or negative outcomes. Now, so our review identified 4 recurring AI mechanisms. Opacity, where AI-supported decisions are difficult to interpret. Surveillance, where AI expands monitoring and data collection. Algorithmic control, where AI increasingly influences decisions and recommendations. Data asymmetry, where access to data and AI literacy remains unevenly distributed. These mechanisms shape how humans interact with AI systems within the higher education. So the identified mechanisms, they influence 6 key outcomes now. Trust, fairness, agency, role clarity, decision quality, and institutional legitimacy. When governance is strong, AI can strengthen trust and decision quality. When governance is weak, concerns regarding this fairness, accountability, and human agency become more pronounced. So these outcomes are therefore very much governance sensitive. The review identified several governance responses that help moderate AI-related risks. These include transparency and explainability, human oversight, accountability structures, proportional monitoring, participatory design, and appeal mechanisms. So governance ultimately determines whether AI functions as a capability or a risk within higher education institutions. Now, this is a central contribution of our study. So the framework that we've created. The framework integrates AI mechanisms, human and institutional outcomes, governance responses, and sustainability capability development into a single model. So it explains how governance intervenes between AI mechanisms and outcomes, enabling a responsible human AI complementarity. So let me explain the framework from left to right. The first block represents AI mechanisms. These are structural conditions that emerge when AI is embedded into higher education. For example, opacity. This means AI decisions become very difficult to understand. Surveillance, it refers to increased monitoring of students and staff. Algorithmic control means AI influences recommendations and decisions, while data asymmetry occurs when some stakeholders have more access to data and AI knowledge than the others. So these mechanisms, they directly affect human and institutional outcomes. They influence whether stakeholders trust AI, perceive it as fair, retain their agency, understand their roles, make better decisions, and view the institution as legitimate. The third block is very important. It's important in the framework itself, the governance responses. Universities can introduce transparency, human oversight, accountability, participatory design, and appeal mechanisms to manage AI responsibly. When these governance practices are present, AI becomes positive force that helps develop sustainability capabilities such as ethical reasoning, digital fluency, ecological literacy, digital fluency, and SDG aligned learning outcomes. The central message is that governance determines whether AI becomes a risk or a capability. The framework shows that AI itself does not determine the outcomes. We have to determine it. So governance determines whether AI creates institutional risks or sustainable capabilities. The framework provides guidance across these three phases of AI implementation: before implementation, during implementation, and after implementation. So before implementation, institutions should assess the readiness, governance structures, ethical preparedness, and infrastructure capability. So during implementation, they should ensure transparency, accountability, and human oversight. And after implementation, institutions should evaluate trust, agency, legitimacy, and sustainability capability outcomes. AI governance should be viewed as an ongoing capability rather than a one-time compliance exercise. Right. So the framework aligns AI governance with sustainability-oriented higher education, and it supports SDG 4.7, which is Education for Sustainable Development, and SDG 12.8, which is Sustainability Awareness and Responsible Information Access through ethical learning and responsible knowledge access. This positions AI governance as a strategic capability linking digital transformation with the societal impact. To conclude, AI adoption in higher education is advancing faster than the governance capability itself. So the review, it identified four recurring AI mechanisms: opacity, surveillance, algorithmic control, and data asymmetry. So these mechanisms influence trust, fairness, agency, role clarity, decision quality, and institutional legitimacy. So the AIMS AI human framework, it demonstrates that the governance is what decides whether AI should be a risk or a capability in higher educations. What happens is, in future research, we should be able to empirically validate the framework across diverse economic education contexts. That's how we look at it as this framework. And thank you so much. I'm open to questions and discussion.
Thank you, Sanita. And I see that your co-author is also here, Dr. Chirag.
Okay.
So it will be nice if he also opens the camera and he can share the insights with us. And I see that, yeah, today I just found that lots of theoretical conceptual framework that we have learned about AI. And definitely we would love to see in upcoming conferences how you are applying this in the empirical work. Thank you so much. That brings to the conclusion of the second section, I would say. And we had a wonderful 4 presentation covering from literature review to fluctuations and then conceptual framework. I was just thinking if we have any questions for our 4 participants, we can take quickly because we are a little bit ahead of time. From the participants, if you have any question, you can quickly just raise your hand and then we can give you a chance to ask. I particularly enjoyed every bit of the session today. Thank you so much. Well, I don't see any query coming up. Professor Alam, this was really a knowledgeable session and we all enjoyed. I think we can move to the next session as per the suggestions from you. What should be the next step?
Yes.
Probably we can have the break and then we can move to the next session, or how are we going to plan?
Thank you very much. I think we will take 7 minutes break before we go to the final session with Dr. Mustafa. So I think it's 12:53. We will give people 7 minutes break and we will meet at 1 o'clock for our final session.
Thank you so much. So see you after 7 minutes. Bye, everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay.
you may ask him as well. If you want to raise questions for your co-author, it could be quite interesting as well, if you want to raise some questions for him.
We might finish the whole paper because we slightly over time, and then we come back.
Cool. So let's move. I would have some good questions for you later on. Let's move to the second presenters and keep questions and answers until the end, if you don't mind, as per recommendations from Professor Alam. Cool. So our next presenters will be Dr. Angie and Dr. Ma'in from Higher College of Technology in United Arab Emirates. Quite lovely neighbors. They are going to address how AI actually create a sort of innovative entrepreneurial environment that helps students start their own startups and indirectly contribute to sustainable development goals and solving wicked problems. So the stage is yours, Dr. Angie, Dr. Ma'in.
Can you hear me, colleagues?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad to be with you today. I would like to make sure that you can see my screen. Can you see my
start
screen?
sharing? Yes, now we can see it. Make it full screen, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. Just 1 second.
From the bottom right corner, you will see full screen.
Yes.
Bottom.
Can you see my screen now?
Indeed, and it is full screen. Go ahead, Doctor.
Full screen?
Yes. We have 12 to 15 minutes, please.
Yes. Thank you so much. So I will be presenting the paper today on the behalf of the two authors, myself and Dr. Ma'an. We are representing the Higher College of Technology. I'm so glad to be part of today's session and to be part of this wonderful conference. As always, Dr. Alam is always making us all together in a wonderful, let's say, conference and exchange of knowledge between different colleagues from all over the world. Today, I will be talking about empowering student startup with AI, which is a case study on integrating AI into the entrepreneurship educator. I'm Dr. Angie. I'm an entrepreneurship educator, and that's why I will take you with me through a journey of a case study that it was developed based on my experience and expertise in my students in classroom and how we progressed in integrating AI. So when we talk about AI today, we can certainly, in higher education, we can talk about the paradox in higher education today, as AI is really representing an opportunity and a concern at the same time. AI is really expanding, giving us opportunities for personalized learning in higher education, advanced learning in higher education. However, there are some concerns that students and educators at the same time, or instructors in higher education, they are facing, whether it's related to their fear of the AI impact, whether in their career or the long-term value of their credential, knowledge, skills, capabilities, and their role in the higher education institution. So why the current education institution, they are struggling today when it comes to the adaptation and the usage of AI? Because higher education today, they are still in between the traditional approach of the higher education and the new and the rapid change that it was imposed by AI, and that have made all previous assumption in education kind of to be rethinked and to be reconsidered. For higher education institution today, they found themselves going through new, let's say, perspective, as they need to prepare for the unknown. Universities, they must prepare their students and their graduate for role that maybe they don't exist yet. They have to make sure that they are balancing between their content, their career, and also the usage of AI and the competencies part. And also they needed to redesign all their learning and their educational content to go beyond the simple process of knowledge transfer towards a more of integration of the AI. From my perspective, I will not take the higher education in general because it's a very broad topic and there are a lot of things that can be said in this area, but I will focus mainly on my perspective, which is related to the research into entrepreneurship education within this era of AI. And we can notice that there is a gap also in this area of entrepreneurship education, particularly as most of the research done, they were focusing on AI literacy, on the academic integrity while using AI, but we still have a lot of things that we can say or remain underexplored when it comes to the pure interactions of AI with the entrepreneurial learning as a process itself, the different aspects of startup development, and so on. So the entrepreneurship education as a very particular niche or area in relation to education also has to evolve accordingly and has to consider AI as an opportunity to reshape the entrepreneurial, to make it more of practical and to consider it as a way to add value to the entrepreneurship process. But that's why this study, it's a kind of a way to examine how AI is being integrated into this process of entrepreneurship education from a perspective to support students to build their startups, to acquire more of practical entrepreneurial learning, and to make them ready. And we took the case study. It's a very qualitative case study of a course that it's really delivered at the Higher College of Technology in United Arab Emirates, which is an applied educational institution. And here we relied on some theoretical constructs related to AI career shock, or the AI career transformation model, and the AI, the human AI collaboration applied in the context of entrepreneurship education. Basically, we aim to, at the end, understand how AI can be a tool to be used to enhance the entrepreneurial learning, also how these new frameworks can impact and give good opportunities to learners, to educators as well, and to look into the different pedagogical and academic maybe condition that best support this human AI collaboration, particularly in relation to the entrepreneurial learning in universities and while teaching startups. As I said here, when we talk about startups from this perspective, the focus is more on the competency part. So that's why one of the framework used is the EntreComp, which is the frameworks that focus on the competencies and consider entrepreneurship learning as a focus more on competencies and skills. Also, the usage today and the integration of AI, or the adaptation of AI within the educational context itself. The career shock theory, that we will take it from the perspective of educators and students at the same time, and the human AI collaboration, which is today it's going into the direction of considering the complementarity between the human and the AI in order to come up with a better results. If I will start with the AI career shock and the transformation model, the theory of career shock, it's that it refers to more of the psychological response to the AI perceived impact on employment, career relevance, and the career uncertainty, the professional relevance, the adaptation pressure, and the opportunity awareness. And all this kind of the integration or the massive use of AI today dominating the higher education and many other careers creates sort of what we call the AI anxiety, the AI importance of to have AI awareness, the AI experimentation on the knowledge on how to practice and to use AI, the human AI collaboration and co-creation, and the importance of creating this relationship between AI and human, and AI specifically in the field of entrepreneurship. And from there we focus it on the entrepreneurship education and how it would convert this technological advancement into an action and opportunity that would support and reinforce and enhance the overall process. If we took the AI career shock from the perspective of some educators, at first it creates a sort of uncertainty, and because we are questioning the stability of their career, questioning let's say to what extent AI is really here contributing, also some doubt whether their skills will remain available, their knowledge, and so on. And then also the urgent pressure to reskill themselves, to know how to use, how to integrate the different tools of AI, the different, let's say, platforms, and so on. And also the other dimension was by educators to perceive AI as a source of learning, as an opportunity of development. And this is the shift. And now, instead of being frustrated by having the massive use of AI or pushing towards using AI, no, it's AI today. It's became one of the opportunities for all educators, not only in the field of entrepreneurship. Also, if I took it from the perspective of students, but I will took it from the perspective of AI, it became as a way of trigger So it will be having an exposure that they have more opportunities to learn. Students, so they start questioning their assumption about the AI and the work. Then it was the stage number 3. It goes through the concept of reframing. So AI is really shifting from from a threat or from a challenge or from a simple tool that they can use it just to build content, into a collaborative tool that they can use it and they can work hand in hand as a personal assistant. So here we have the hands-on AI use. It starts to build sort of confidence, and we start talking about new competence, which is how to use your AI into your journey. And so from there, students, they start to adopt an entrepreneurial orientation towards AI. So the second aspect, it was more of this human AI entrepreneurship education framework, which is coming from the human AI collaboration that was previously presented in the previous paper, but here we are applying it in the context of entrepreneurship education. And it shows us a kind of dynamic tool. So now AI in our education field, specifically entrepreneurship, is not a supplement, is not a tool that we are adding, but it's an active participant shaping the learning, the teaching, and the overall process. So students here, they are very active co-creator of the entrepreneurial value, contributing to build more creativity, and they are interacting in a very dynamic way when it comes to the usage of AI in their entrepreneurial journey. The educators, they became more of learning architectures, and they are trying to ensure that this interaction is really according to the guided, that would end up through a critical reflection. And also the AI system role here, it's act as an intelligent collaborators, as I said, as an assistant, providing analytical content, guiding them, helping them, sharing feedback, and trying to be the very active third party within this relationship between the student, the educator, and within this entrepreneurial process. So this human AI interaction or collaboration, it relies on as I said, this triangulation, or this three ways interactions among the students, the educator, and the AI system. And as I said, students, one side, educator, the other side, they are the mentors, the guidance, and the AI is the analytical of the content. And here we became all the entrepreneurial learning. It becomes through this collaboration as kind of learning experience, relying on the concept of co-creation, not the transmission or just a simple tool to generate, let's say, data. So here, to reinforce this, I will give an example of the course that we are delivering for a senior student, which is graduate students, which is pure practical course. It's called Startup Lab course. And the analysis here, it was very qualitative approach through the case study, and it was used through thematic analysis of the different, let's say, data collection tool that we have used it. And here we try to see to what extent, by comparing previous semester to the current semester, where we have completely revamped the content of the course by having an integration of the AI, that it was embedded across the whole entrepreneurial journey, not only specific part of the process, but it was embedded through the whole process, starting from the ideation stage till the final stage, which is the pitching and the preparation. And in addition to that, the redesign of the course, it was relying on having the student also integrate AI into their ideas and into their process. It's double layers. It's not only having it as an educational tool, but it's having it as a tech component to be considered while they are thinking about the different business ideas and concepts. So here we have multiple sources that we use it to let's say, to make this case study. The different students report submitted at the end, the pitching and the material submitted, also the observation in the class, different logs, and so on. And all these, they made a kind of approach to analyze the progress of the students, or their behavioral progress and their learning progress and their performance prior and after using that. So for here, we end up by having these themes, and these thematic analysis, they were major themes that were captured from the integration of, as I said, AI in this particular course of Startup Lab. The first one of the things that we have identified is that AI, it became as an entrepreneurial accelerators in the course itself, as it helped students through the process of ideation and validation, enabling them for more rapid iteration. Also, it reduced the cognitive load on the student, because AI is handling, let's say, the routine task, but also feeling the student for higher order reasoning, and it took them to an upper level of interaction in terms of knowledge and knowledge analysis. Of course, it has to be guided in order to be able to filter and to identify the most appropriate part that's more relevant to their context. Also, expanded opportunity horizons. So AI, it really provided better opportunity by trying to scanning and strengthening the venture originality, uniqueness, alignment with the market need, the industry, and so on. Also, entrepreneurial self-efficacy enhancement, because the successful use of AI, it increases the self-confidence in the venture. They feel it's not something theoretical in the class. It's something very aligned with what is really going on in the market, very contextualized market, and they are more sure and having more confidence that what they are presenting, it's really having a value in the overall market and the overall context. Also, they learned when to accept, when to adapt, when to reject, and then not every time we are taking the AI output as for granted. No, we go through different iterations, and sometimes it's accepted. We need to adjust, to modify, and so on. So this adaptability process was one of the skills acquired also by students. And as I said, learning anxiety, what they had before, from using AI or being concerned that they will discover that we are using AI. No, we have shifted that paradigm. We are encouraging them to use AI, but to use it the right way. And also the high level of ethical awareness and more of responsible use of AI. We are not preventing them from using AI, but we are trying to encourage and to motivate more of transparency, accountability, and the right use of AI when it comes to building their work and building their startup. One of the cases here that I use it is an AI platform that it was created by students. It's called a Fairlow Case Study, which is an AI-powered pet tech startup. They worked on this development of their tech startup from scratch, while it's more of AI-powered platform, relying on AI from the beginning in order to help them from the ideation stage till the pitching and the prototyping stage. And I can show you here, we went through this process, as I told you, with full and complete 100% integration with 360-degree integration of the AI across the venture journey in general, starting from the opportunity identification process until the market research, till the business model development, the product design, prototyping using different platforms, and also the pitch preparation. And here they have learned on that on every single step, they have to shift and to move from one AI to another one. Because the very common practice at first, it was the ChatGPT as the very common or cloud. No, they learned that on every step you have to do that. You can use, for example, ChatGPT on opportunity identification, and you can validate it using another Perplexity, for example. When it comes to market research, you can use another one. For the prototyping, we have specific and dedicated AI and open AI they can use when it comes to pitching and preparing them for the presentation. So they created their portfolio of AI tools that they know very well where to use them, how to use them, and what level, and to integrate them, as I said, as the process goes, and they to consider AI as their personal assistant in their entrepreneurial journey, which is supposed to be risky and not easy journey. And it's a journey where we have a lot of ambiguity, but with the integration of AI, they felt more having self-confidence, as I said, because it gives them more of clarity about the next step and the next step. So they felt more confident about what they are building and what they are coming up. So at the end, as a key finding, what AI did for these student entrepreneurs, first of all, the results after the integration, it was very impressive, because we noted that the AI accelerated the learning process in general. And it made it more of very close to reality and student, which is the objective. We are looking for more of practical, realistic, and experiential learning, which is the case, and either through validation, through pitching, development, and so on. But AI, it's helping, not replacing the entrepreneurial thinking. They maintain the thinking part, because the thinking part here cannot be substituted. And also we try to ensure that AI, it's helping, assisting, but it's not replacing. It's not replacing you. It's really reducing the cognitive load and burden on you by helping you and accelerating the search, the analysis. But by the end of the day, you are the decision maker as a student, and you needed to evaluate and to make and to consider the ethical judgment, the strategic vision, and so on. Expand opportunity recognition, also one of the let's say the added value, as it enabled them to have a broader scope of opportunities, to be able to scan more opportunities, to identify more creative opportunities by considering social aspect, sustainable aspect, and so on, that they can consider different variation to be added into that concept. Also, the aspect of personal level, it helped them a lot strengthen their self-efficacy and have more of self-confidence, broader knowledge, and while being able to maintain the human judgment remaining the central part, because here they have to rely on their self-awareness and of what is really going on in the market. So here, as a main contribution, if we can say, the different, let's say, perspective that we have used help us better understand the relationship or the triangle model of the student, educator, and AI relationship in between, specifically in the field of entrepreneurship education. How AI is really reframing let's say, the process of teaching, or let's say delivering in the field of entrepreneurship education. But this is still has some practical implications. So from students, they learn, then they needed to know that they need to build their creativity, their adaptability, and they needed to know how to collaborate with AI, not to use it as a tool to do their work. From educators, also, they need to integrate it thoughtfully and mindfully, because educators, they have to be also equipped with the knowledge and skills on how to use AI, how to align the AI with the curriculum content and with the assessment process, when all the, let's say, the educational and the academic requirements. Universities today, they have to create an ecosystem that would enable AI and innovation ecosystem, because AI, it's now, as we said, is one of the tools that we need to have into our curriculum, into our processes, but we need to know how to use it and to make sure that we are integrating it the right way. And policymakers, they need to align their AI with the educational system. And if I can talk about education, higher education in general, today AI, it has to be a core component of all majors and all specialization, not only entrepreneurship, because today we start talking about this AI literacy, and it's one of the aspects that has to be there, and always taken from the perspective that human and AI, they are complementary forces, and they can make universities go to a higher level, and being very close to what is really going on in the market, and reaching or achieving a better learning outcomes, and at the same time achieving better results in terms of educational journey. However, here certainly it was an exploratory research. Yani it's a case study that has its own limitation. It was a single, let's say, it's a single context, single course, a particular course. Certainly, there are some variation if we are going to consider it maybe in other contexts, other discipline, other courses. It's a kind of observation and comparison between different semesters. Maybe if we had more other groups or more patch or cohort, we might observe other things. It's more of self-reported data. It's based on the observation of the educators and my own, let's say, analysis of things. Certainly, this is create kind of bias and certain limitation. That's why future research might consider these findings, try to value more the theoretical framework, which is relying on the AI, as you said, career shock from two perspectives, and we consider it as a positive shock, not negative one, when we are considering this kind of trigger to push and to make this change in the educational system and in the way to deliver, and specifically in higher education, and also to consider, as I said, this framework of human AI collaboration framework across all the disciplines and all levels, not only particularly, as I mentioned it, in the context that I presented. Thank you very much for your attention, for giving me this opportunity. And please, if you have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer your questions.
Indeed, it's a very interesting topic. I guess you will have lots of questions at the end. If you don't mind, maybe the money-making idea is good. This is another P for sustainability. I guess Professor Philippe Kotler will address this again and again as we go. Let's move to the next presentation. Thanks a lot, Dr. Angie and Dr. Man. If you don't mind, stop sharing the screen. Now we are heading to another impactful research, very interesting, with people from different countries, from Jordan, Professor Tariq Hisham, indeed a nice friend and quite highly cited researcher, Prabha, Karen from Uzbekistan, interesting background as well and experience, Dr. Iman from Egypt, Dr. Ala from Palestine. So you will address how transparency and accountability and the trust maintenance could be enhanced in a sort of AI-driven marketing ecosystem. So thanks a lot, and the stage is yours.
Organizers for giving me the opportunity to present this work on behalf of my co-authors, Dr. Prabha Kiran and Dr. Iman Abdussalam and Dr. Ala Deli. Our paper is about testing the impact of using digital marketing governance in order to enhance the data privacy and consumer rights in the age of artificial intelligence. It is very important to know that governance, if you want to read this word, you will think about what do we mean by governance. Governance, it's a very important terminology because you will concentrate on all procedures and practices that can be used to ensure the responsibility and ethical use of different type of data. So if you want to test the digital marketing governance, so you should concentrate on what? You should concentrate on all data collected from digital tools. So it is very important to know that AI has transformed digital marketing by enabling organizations to collect and analyze massive amounts of consumer data. While this improves personalization, it also raises concerns about privacy, transparency, and consumer rights. So it is very important to highlight this topic and its importance to know more about the effect of digital marketing governance in our organizations. So it is also important to know the definition of digital marketing governance. It refers to all policies and practices that ensure responsible and ethical use of consumer data. And in our study, we concentrated on 5 sub-variables or 5 dimensions. They are data security, consent management, data governance framework, ethical use of data, and continuous improvement. We adopted a quantitative approach in order to collect data by using online questionnaire, and we chose a convenience sample around 500 customers, and we collected around 389 valid responses. So after collecting all data, we go to analyze the data of our study. It is very important to know the demographic statistics of our sample, because it's around 57.8 of the respondents are males and the rest are females. Also, it is very important to know that we are talking about 42.7% of the sample gain less than 1,000 Jordan dinar per month. Also, the highest percent of the sample hold a bachelor degree, and around 51.2 of the sample are working in private sector. So it is important also to know that the conceptual framework consists of 5 elements. Our model, we are talking about 5 independent variables, and these variables are data security, consent management, data governance frameworks, ethical use of data, and continuous improvement. And we are testing their impact on the dependent variable that is data privacy and consumer rights. Our hypotheses are, the main hypothesis is digital marketing governance is able to ensure data privacy and consumer rights from perspective of customers. Also, we have tested around 5 sub-hypotheses. For each variable, it has its own hypothesis. The first one is data security is able to ensure data privacy and consumer rights. The second one is about consent management, is able to ensure data privacy also. Data governance frameworks was chosen for the third hypothesis. Also, ethical use of data is able to ensure data privacy is the fourth hypothesis. And the fifth one is about continuous improvement is able to ensure data privacy and consumer rights from perspective of customers themselves. Our results concentrating on the results that we gained from analyzing our data. The regression model showed a strong relationship between the independent variables and the dependent variable. We used SPSS program in order to test the impact of the independent variables on the dependent variable. And we found that ethical use of data was the strongest variable that affects the data privacy and consumer rights. Followed by what? The data security, then continuous improvement, then consent management, and finally what we are talking about is data governance frameworks. So it is very important also to know that we should know the consumer perspectives of our variables. And as you see in the grand mean of each variable, all the grand mean of each variable reflects a high positive attitudes toward this variable. So the grand mean of each variable ranges from 4 to 5. And we used 5-point Likert scale, so the grand mean reflects high level of positive attitudes toward each variable. The implications for our study, we can conclude from these results. Digital marketing governance is not only a legal requirement, but also a strategic tool for building trust. Organizations should prioritize ethics, security, and transparency. We have recommended organizations to establish ethical committees, and they should strengthen compliance, simplify consent procedures. Also, we recommend researchers to conduct such studies in different countries and make a comparison between our results and the results of other countries. So we have faced many limitations for this study, concentrating on that the study relied on self-reported data, convenience sample, So the results only concentrates on Jordanian market, consumers market. Also, it is we can tell that this study, it's a new study in this field because we are talking about the governance in digital marketing in Jordan. So previous studies are I can't tell that there is no previous studies related to this study, but I did not find any previous studies about in Jordan. I'm talking about Jordan related to this study. Finally, I thank you all for your attention, and I'm ready for any question. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Professor Tariq. Quite impactful research. And if you don't mind, we will keep all these questions. There will be lots of questions.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thanks a lot. Now we have a more impressive presentation as well from what I call dirty hands, from experience, from two legends. I'm glad to be in your presence, Professor Philippe Kotler, and I praise Professor Alam to maintain such an opportunity where we can see you in person out there and we listen to your presentation. For everybody, this is Professor Philippe Kotler, father of modern marketing out there. Dr. Khalid Hassan, quite impactful sustainability leader from Canada. I appreciate the fact that you are in a different time zone. But to be honest, I'm quite impressed with your paper as well, quite foresightful. So we can see how the aging population has a strong power with experience to work with AI, to maybe enhance AI with such experience. So it would be amazing to listen to you as the stage is yours. Good luck.
You both go, yes, go ahead.
Friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from North America and good afternoon to everyone in London. Thank you, Professor Alam, and thank you, Dr. Mustafa Mohammed. It is my great pleasure to be presenting Philippe Kotler, widely known as the father of modern marketing. We'll be discussing a topic of growing global importance. That's on the aging population in AI era. So let me share my slide first. Is it okay? Okay, thanks. I will begin with some brief review of key findings and ideas. And later on, Professor Philippe Kotler will be sharing his expert opinion and perspective on important and critical issues. So I'll be a little fast so that Professor Kotler can share his ideas about the aging population in the AI era and how AI and human intelligence can work together for a new sustainability edge. As I've already explained that, share a little bit, that the aging population is one of the most important and critical topics. For the first time in human history, aging population are becoming one of the largest and most influential demographic groups. Population aging is not a future issue. It is happening right now. We'll be sharing some of the slides from where we can see how important it is, the aging population. People are living longer and healthier lives than ever before. 65+ population is the fastest growing segment worldwide. And therefore, aging populations are reshaping healthcare, labor markets, workforce shortages, pensions, and social securities, and business models. Therefore, the current retirement and pension plans is not working in many countries, especially in the Western world, countries like Japan, Germany, Canada, Italy, and so on. By 2050, world will have 1.5 billion consumers. We are saying it consumers, roughly, which is equivalent to entire population of India today. So the key question is how AI and human intelligence can work together to create a sustainable and inclusive aging society. Isn't a success story of humankind? Many of us, we see population maybe as a crisis, but Professor Kotler and I, in this presentation, will share that aging is not a crisis, but as one of the humanity's greatest accomplishments. We often discuss aging as a problem, but from business perspective, it is actually one of the humanity's greatest achievement. Longer lives are the results of decades of progress in medicine, public health, education, and economic development. They are also the reduced in premature mortality we have seen in many countries, including in the South Asia and Africa. There's a significant reduce of maternal and child mortality. Economic and social development is, we can see, due to technological advancement, safer living and injury prevention. And these are all, we are thankful to United Nations SDGs, which have played an important role in improving health, well-being, equality, and sustainable development. This is the slide. You can see the life expectancy by years. We live longer life. In 1950, it was 47 years on average life expectancy. In many of the developing world, it was even less than below 40 or 35. But in last 75 years, we see it has significantly, it has increased to more than 73. And by 2025, it will exceed 77 on average globally, according to World Health Organizations and other international organizations. And in many of the developing countries, it may exceed 85 even. Why are aging societies increasing? It's a demographic transition by two powerful forces. People are living longer and having fewer children. We can see from this slide, fewer births because of the declining fertility rates, delayed marriage in both the developing and the developed worlds, urbanization, and so on. But population debate, there are the two school of thoughts on the growth perspective, where there can be larger workforce or stronger economic growth versus the degrowth perspective. But the question remains, how can societies remain prosperous, innovative, and sustainable with fewer but older population? Here is the slide where we can see the global population, both in percentage and in the number. In 1950, it was 124 million aging population, 65 plus, which was 5% of the global population. And in 2025, we can see it is 850. Currently, is 850 million population. Those are aging. And by 2050, it would be 1.5 billion. So there will be a market of 1.5 billion consumers. Isn't a lucrative business opportunity? Professor Kotler will share some of his thoughts after my presentation. There are the countries where you can see India and China, where more than 220 millions. In China, we see 65 plus population, but on the other, in the developing worlds, more than 25% or 30%, even in Japan, they are the 65 plus population. I am sharing this slide to give you some idea about how the aging population is impacting in our economy and our livelihood and in our business as well. There is a retirement age dilemma. Our retirement systems were designed for a world in which people lived much shorter lives. It was designed earlier, maybe 30, 40, 50 years or 100 years ago. But the world is now changing. Today, many people remain healthy and productive well beyond traditional retirement age. And that's a big issue. Rather than a one-size-fits-all approach, we may need to think more flexible retirement options. It may be based on health, occupation, individual circumstances. There is also a debate whether to raise the retirement age or lower the retirement age. The question is, should retirement be determined by age, health, occupation, or individual choice? The slide will share how AI versus the aging population, how it can form a new workforce reality. There are two major trends colliding. Aging societies need more workers, while AI may reduce demand for workers in certain sectors. There's a paradox. So we will have to decide, we'll have to work on it, how we can address to this, the paradox. The discussion point, will AI solve labor shortages or create unemployment? Will there be social and employment challenges? Here it is the most important question, we will say, most important question of this century. As a society, we must ask a difficult question. Who will care for 1.5 billion adult population? This adult population have not come from other or different planet. They are parents, they are grandparents, relatives, friends, neighbors, colleagues, and one day many of us. Aging is not someone else's issues. It is a part of our journey. So here we see the challenges: shortage of nurses, caregivers, healthcare expenditures, growing demand for long-term. But the question remains whether AI be enough to care the aging population. Today, we have seen in our earlier presentations, and we are excited with AI, ChatGPT or Gemini or other remarkable technological applications. But are we paying enough attention to nearly 850 million populations right now, the aging population, and which will be 1.5 billion in next 30 years? How to respond to this challenge? This is the most critical question to all of us. So, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, now I will request Professor Kotler to share his thoughts, and I will. There will be more slides. Professor Kotler, are you there?
Yes, Khalid.
Yeah,
please,
now it is your turn. So I have the slides. Once you ask
yes,
me to
please,
proceed,
please go to slide 11, please.
Yes. Here it is. Can you see?
No.
Oh, it is gone since you are the now host.
Yeah. So let me make some observations because you can carry on too. I was looking at our chart about the age that people lived when in the 1960s or earlier, they died at about age 50. So I was thinking of the loss of Mozart and Shakespeare, who died. Both of them died very early. And look at all the literature and the music we would have had if they had lived to be 70 or 80 years old. In any case, we know that there are various opportunities for older people, but many companies are not alerted to focus on the older society. I remember when I talked to a young doctor who was very promising, what is he going to specialize in? And he says, you know, I don't think anyone's studying the problems of older people. I think I'm going to become a gerontologist. I guess I didn't know that word at the time. And so it's true now that major companies are focusing on the aged society and how to find opportunities for them. I wish you would now continue and tell some of our findings with that group by going to the following slides.
Dr. Khalid, do you want to share and he will speak? I mean, you can share. You're still allowed.
Okay. Give me 1 second, then I'll have to.
Yeah, continue with the slides.
Can you see this?
I see you, but I don't see the slides. But so make sure the slides show as you were speaking before. Just go to the next slide.
Do you want me to share for you from here, Khalid?
Yes.
Can you see now?
Not yet.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay.
If you're facing a technical difficulty, we can share it from our side.
That would be good. That would be good. If you can do that from your slide. So
Okay.
both Professor Carter and I, we can, yes.
I will do this right now, okay? And you just tell me where to
Yes,
share.
that is good. That is good.
So I will be sharing.
That's from slide 11.
Yes, I will do this right now. 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, from slide 11, you said, okay?
Yeah, since it was moved from me to Professor Kotler, so my sharing was stopped.
No problem. I will share now. And I will share.
Yes, this is slide 11. So Professor Kotler, here is the slide 11, so you can explain.
Yes, we are aware that there are two types of intelligence in the world. One is, and has always been, human intelligence, HI, human intelligence. But now we have AI intelligence. And most of you know that they're very different. Any of us who have worked with ChatGPT or with Claude or any of the new AI programs know that those programs enable us to speed up our work and predict more carefully about what will happen and so on. So on the left, you see the gifts of AI, but they don't replace the gifts of HI, human intelligence. We not yet, at least. We know that it is true that more and more people are going to ask AI questions that would have been impossible. One woman will say, here is my doctor's prescription. I need 6 different pills a day. What do you think, AI? She's questioning the judgment of the doctor. And we know that nowadays people are very lonely because they're more addicted to the screen rather than to the interaction with other people. And the loneliness has had a response. Now the AI can actually help a lonely person. If it's a lonely man who wants to speak to a sympathetic and empathetic woman, he could order that. In fact, he can order a type of woman with the characteristics of the kind he would like to know personally. And they can have conversations. So AI is ready to help companionship and judgment. I have already seen people say now I have to make decisions about what stock to own. Should I own NVIDIA, or should I get Intel? Asking AI for its advice. Now, how good is that advice? Is it any worse than the advice of asking another person? So we're going to have a lot of questions about should the roles be quite different between AI and HI, or is there going to be a blurring, a continuous blurring of which is the better source of helpful information? There's no question that there's no human being who could possibly know as much as AI. I watch a program called Jeopardy! And on Jeopardy! There's often a champion who is so brilliant that day after day, he's earning money by knowing the answer almost to every question. But that person is nowhere close to what AI can answer, and so on. But let's move on now between the two. Next slide. And so we also find out that there's a lot of changes, people who feel isolated, frustrated, a lot of inequality. But let's move on to the next slide. So this aging population, we feel will continue. The aging will get, people will live even longer than they now live, and that it is really an economic opportunity that will shape healthcare and, in other words, even the entertainment that we want to see or older people want to see, and how much work there will be, how much intergenerational work will there be between the older people and the younger people? What will happen to ethics and so on? Next slide, please. This one is a very important slide because then we are asked, what can you do to make an opportunity with the aging population? Well, we will depend on them for more information and help on healthcare. We're going to need more wellness services that are preventative. You know, too much of healthcare is about solving problems that people already have. But why do they have that problem? Well, they started smoking when they were 12 years old. Now, how do we keep people from bad vices? I help build a field we call social marketing. That word social marketing can mean many things, but the way we use it is to help people stop self-destructing. There are vices such as alcoholism, drug abuse. All those things are choices people make. And we have now created powerful tools to help those people who want to be helped not to fall into those problems. Okay, and the aging population needs to know more about how to use their time. And I remember that in the former time, most people were trained to get a job somewhere, and there was no training to make them humanistic, to make them liberal people who who were reading literature and had some humanities in their training, so that when they retired at 60 or 65, they didn't know what to do. Everything was about the job and training they had, and that was not enough. Fortunately, more people today are hopefully experiencing a broader type of education, so that when they do retire, there's so many other interests they have had, which they had to suppress or avoid while they were making their income and career. So that problem has become more solved to some extent. And all of these things listed here will help the aging population find very useful applications of their time. Next slide. And that the fact of a growing aging population will reshape the economy. And we call that group the silver economy. We want to understand what the opportunities are, and how HI, which is very much a strong feature, that is human intelligence, is such a strong feature of the older group that they carry along the society's level of empathy and ethics and trust, things that HI, that AI may not be worked out as carefully. Next slide. And this may be the last slide. We are concerned about the shape of the world and making sure that there's so many problems that we need to collaborate and solve. And particularly, and that is the heating up of the world because of the carbonization. So much carbon is causing the world to get warmer, and that's going to have the hugest impact. And so those of us focus on what is called sustainability. Profitability is extremely important for companies, yes. The good news is they have been moving also with a second level attempt to incorporate sustainability thinking. And in this book that we both created, we deal with the problem of where the natural world will go under today's circumstances and where it really should go and the kind of planet we want to live on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Kottar, this was really insightful. Dr. Khalid, amazing presentation as well. I guess after all of this, we can always highlight what we call the top of the knowledge pyramid, how it creates fortune and sustainability. And by product, it will create even profitability. It creates knowledge, and knowledge is money these days. It's a sort of new institutional capitalism, or formational capitalism, as Manuel Castell's been arguing about it. Thanks a lot for your patience and your dedication. We know that it's almost 8 early morning around you in the North American region. Okay, I guess we are open for questions. If Professor Alam, if you don't mind,
yes,
unless we have another presentation.
No, I think we finished, but it's astonishing. Last time the conference, many people commented, said to me, Alam, what Professor Kotlar was saying about the wicked problem. We lived in these wicked problems, and we just, how nice Kotlar came and mentioned them. And these are the wicked problems. All the problems we have in Palestine, in Sudan, in Ukraine, these are wicked problems, really. So it was fantastic. But I can tell you both, Professor Khalid and Professor Kotlar, I'm pretty sure this presentation, when we share it with particularly the AUK, I have never seen someone, I'm almost 60 now. I have never heard it before. Someone like you, both of you, your experience and knowledge, telling the whole world that aging is an opportunity. It is an opportunity. I believe it's an opportunity. I am not exaggerating, but I have never, ever heard it. Even I'm going to send this video once it's done. I send it to the Age UK. It's a big, big organization. And I will say, guys, you keep promoting, you want donation, you're raising the issue of aging as a problem, as a crisis, as even our government look at aging as a health issue, a health concern, how to fix it. But look, listen to these gentlemen. They said it's an opportunity. And I remember this, Chris Freeman, the founder of the National Innovation System. He is the one who founded the National Innovation System in our center in Sussex. The building was named under his name, Chris, the Freeman Center. And I remember when Chris walked into that building, the academics, you cannot even have a second minute to say hello, Chris, because the students jump to him because the same like Kotler, they read his books and now they can see him. So I argued people like Kotler, like Hassan, they should be a role model for the whole world because the young generation, they would love to listen to this. This one, they can find it very easy. And I think this is really what, I don't know, I'm going to discuss with both of you, how we can have maybe a monthly or a quarterly, a talk like this, but a lengthy one to the entire world. So the young generations can actually see role modeling from this kind. This is a huge, two different way. In the UK, it's a problem, it's a challenge. And now listen, it's an opportunity of telling people how to run things and so on. So anyway, I don't want to take it. But these two books, I have 6 people, by the way, Professor Khalid and Kotler, look at this book. And that's why you can see we recommended this. It's going to be used in the entire program of marketing. I can tell you this. Many people said, this is going to be the main textbook we're going to use for the entire LISD programs in marketing and others, because it got a lot of things. It's quite a heavy case studies. We just wanted, I will have a conversation with you, Khalid, to see how we can extract the case study in a way they will be integrated. And also, I told you this last time, Professor Kotler, we're going to be using this quite a lot in all the teaching courses. Now, we received a lot of interest. Tomorrow, I think on Wednesday, we're going to sign an MOU with Sumatra. We got a lot of universities involved. But in anything to do with marketing, I think these are going to be our 2 main textbooks. And this one in particular, because it got a lot of case studies. So that's me. Thank you very much. I know it's too early in the US, but sorry, Chair, I took too much of time. I will stop here. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa.
No,
Thank you
thanks
very
a lot,
much.
Professor. Okay, the stage is yours, guys. Everybody, we have top presenters, top scholars. So please, if you have questions, raise your hand and we will give you the chance to maybe talk to these legendary people. Any questions, please raise your hand so we can have a conversation. Cool. So if it is me, I would just give some observations. I could see the idea of mental health is quite important. When it comes to AI for healthcare, I do advise that our presenters would highlight this mental intimacy. And Professor Kotler touched upon it a little bit, is that this AI application, when it acts as a friend, a companion, it corrupts our knowledge, it corrupts our life. It doesn't have this so-called wisdom, though it claims to have a wisdom. So I would do advise that people who address AI for healthcare address this. When I recall the first case study from African context, it would be quite interesting to see this legal framework of adopting and accepting such platforms, quite important from African context. When I move to the other, the next paper from Dr. Engie and Dr. Mann, quite interesting. I feel you loved what you did, which is quite entrepreneurial. Your institution is quite entrepreneurial education. Most importantly, share these agents and what are the advantages and disadvantages of each, and how this, senior-junior rapport conversation between you as academics with experience, and entrepreneurs for startups helped evolving this. So it wasn't the AI itself, it was this rapport between you, experts, and juniors. This will take us, to Professor Hisham and his team for, transparency when it comes to digital marketing, AI digital marketing. Quite important because we need to gain trust. The AI dilemma here is to benefit society, is to solve sustainable development goals. So people don't really need to take the burden of learning how to use new iPhone. Actually, we need to provide something that makes their lives better, makes it sustainable. So it was quite important topic. Psychology is still, mental things is still an issue of how AI is fabricating happiness, fabricating what we call dopamine for clients. And then we ended up with impressive, presentation by two legends, Professor Philippe and Professor Khaled. I like what you presented and how it reformed different industries, actually. It's not just healthcare. When we go back to supply chain, to e-commerce, to energy, the aging population is a portion of knowledge and experience. And we need to show how this could be judged against the AI to enrich AI and make it more dominant. We need the HI more dominant over the AI. And we can show how widely applicable what you mentioned into different industries. Because without leads of knowledge, the experience, I would call myself as a dad as useless. We have knowledge. And if we don't share this with our young generation, it's not fair. We got this knowledge from our descendants, from our parents, and we need to convey this and reshape AI age with the knowledgeable people and wisdom. A part of this, it was really an impressive session. I enjoyed it so much, and I wish everybody equally enjoyed. Thanks a lot for the speakers. Thanks a lot, Professor Alam. And we'll end the day by wishing all of you have a lovely day, lovely evening, lovely morning, wherever you are.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mustafa, and thank you very much to all the speakers. I know they're all struggling from different places. I also know Dr. Engi, she's currently even, I think she's crossing in Europe, in France or somewhere, but commitment highly. Thank you very much. Now we will conclude the first day. I'm glad we managed. We only have one paper from Mongolia. We're going to give them a chance during the conference because they couldn't present today. But tomorrow, those in London joining us face-to-face, of course, it will be still available and you will be joining us. Everyone will send you the link to join us from everywhere. But the face-to-face will start tomorrow from 9 a.m. Those in London, please make sure you will be in the room as early as 8:30. I think it's good for you. If you leave your hotel by 8 o'clock, it will be much easier for you to get to the venue, which is central London, by 8:30. Meet people, have coffee, relax, and then we start at 9. We have fantastic lineup the whole way up to, I think we will finish by 8 o'clock every day or 9 o'clock because we have the dinner as well. And then we go to Thursday, and then Friday we have half day online. So thank you very, very much, all of you. I'm glad these all recorded well. We didn't have any mishap. Quite, I'm sure Ryan will find that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we'll say goodbye from here. It's 2:32. So this is too late in many parts of the world. I think they're already sleeping. And Dr. Mustafa, thank you very much as usual. Fantastic. So thank you very, very much. See you tomorrow face-to-face in London. And those not in London, we will see you on the screen. You can join us. Everything is set up. Fantastic room with cameras censored and also with the audio very sensitive. I have tested myself with them. It's a fantastic place. And do enjoy anything the rest of the night. Let us know. I see everything is set up. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. All the best. And next time we want to see Professor Khalid somewhere in London. If you're traveling, you have to come by British Airways. We're promoting the British Airways now. So you have
Thank you so much.
London. Okay.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
okay.
You will like the fish and chips, I guess.
Okay, bye-bye.
Cheers.
So we